the third session for today on vernacular knowledge and practice. And in the evening also, we are having some really interesting sessions. At 5 o'clock, we'll be starting the embodied intelligence session, which will talk about craft, space, design, innovation, and we will have some certificates being presented as well. And of course, the highlight in the evening will be the Space Conclave that will start off at 6 o'clock with a discussion with the award-winning architect Palinda Kanangara. So we do hope to have you here with us throughout the day, as the sessions will be really interesting, and the evening sessions will also be something not to be missed. So I think with that, I'm going to invite our conference chair, Dr. Sumantri Samaravikrama, to tell you more about our theme for this year. Please welcome her with a round of applause.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, so good morning. Nice to see everybody up so early as well. So distinguished guests, special invitees, and colleagues, and mostly my dear students. So it is with great pleasure that we welcome you to the Integrated Design International Conference 2025. This is the fourth consecutive year, and where we have actually gathered minds, ideas, and creative energy. This year, we have come together under the theme Creative Intelligence, expanding on the themes in intuition, insight, innovation in design theory and practice. Design has always been a field that brings imagination and inquiry, where creativity meets knowledge, intuition meets analysis. But today, as the world becomes increasingly complex, socially, technologically, and environmentally, creative intelligence has become the key to navigating that complexity with purposefully and sensitively. Over the next 2 days, we will explore how creative intelligence operates across 6 themes, from society and culture, vernacular knowledge and practice, economy and industry, design pedagogy and thinking, design across technologies, circularity, and sustainability. This year marks a milestone as we received 56 papers, the highest number that we have achieved since this is a very young conference. So out of the 56, we will witness only 33 selected papers and project presentations, and among them are 9 full shortlisted for publication in the IDR Journal, Volume 2, Issue 2 as well, in our biannual journal. We also have 8 full papers, 10 short papers, and 6 project submissions, all includes in the conference proceedings, Volume 4. All of these submissions are provided with a DOI and will be made available online before end of December 2025. So what truly defines IDR is its inclusivity. This conference brings actually together the professionals, academics, industry specialists, and most importantly, students presenting in one platform. So it is this diversity that enriches our dialogue and the strength that shared vision of design as a transformative discipline. So as we begin, I invite all of you, my dear researchers, practitioners, educators, students, to engage deeply in challenging ideas and build connections that goes beyond this conference. So let us use these 2 days to celebrate, begin not only as a creative act, but as an intelligent, ethical, and collaborative pursuit that defines the world we wish to create. So with that spirit of curiosity and collaboration, I welcome all of you once again to IDR 2025, to be creative, to be intelligent, and to share the intuitions, the insights, and the innovations. Let's begin.
Thank you very much. More than anything to Dr. Sumantri for bringing IDR to life and for continuing throughout these years and bringing this vision to life. Thank you very much indeed. We know all the work that goes, behind the scenes. So thank you so much. And I think with that, we've come to one of the most important parts of today's agenda, which is the vision speech this morning. And let me introduce to you our vision speaker today, Dr. Jo de Baardenmaecker, from Lucas School of Arts, Belgium, who's here with us today. So Dr. Jo is an award-winning Belgian typeface designer. He's a font technologist and a scholar whose work spans script-based typography, multilingual type design, and design research. With an MA in typeface design and a PhD from the University of Reading, he specializes in designing and writing about world scripts, notably Tibetan, Lansa, Mongolian, and Javanese, and exploring how multilingual typography engages culture, technology, as well as visual identity. In 2012, Jo founded Studio Type in Antwerp, collaborating with international design agencies and type foundries. He is a frequent speaker at international conferences and has curated exhibitions at the intersections of type and typography. Recognized for his contribution to design, he was awarded the first honorary title, New Flemish Master in Fine Arts, during the Henry van de Velde Awards in 2017. He is also the author of Tibetan Typeforms, the first in-depth book exploring Tibetan type and typography. We are extremely honored to have you here with us today. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our vision speaker today, Dr. Jo de Baardenmaecker.
Hello and good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. And also thank you very much for the organizers and the head of the department and all people involved in this wonderful conference for inviting me. It's a great honor to be here, and already yesterday it was very inspiring to see all the projects that are happening here. So I'm very happy and delighted to be part of this special edition. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about preserving endangered writing systems and languages through type design, and especially like engaging in doing research before undertaking some design projects. I'm both a type designer practitioner, but also like an academic researcher. And I took the part of being a vision speaker very literally, so I have a lot of images to show you, so I might go quickly in some cases, others I won't. But don't worry about it. After my presentation, I'm happy to share both all the slides and also the videos that are included in the presentation to all the participants here or via the website, so there's plenty of time to see everything afterwards. Now, endangered writing systems, the word endangered can be many things in a way. It can be collections where a lot of manuscripts are housed and which are perhaps stored in like poor conditions. It can be to do, for instance, with libraries, and all these images are from my own research projects, so my own photos and studies itself. This is an example in Mongolia, in Ulaanbaatar, where there's a lot of handwritten manuscripts and engraved books stored in a place which is not well maintained, and some of the documents, for instance, are eaten by insects, or even like the use of the material, like the ink, which is over time like feeding into the paper, is really like damaging the books itself. Or sometimes it can be that the writing system is endangered because of other materials being used. Here is some beautiful Devanagari lettering, but also because this is quite an ancient document, you see that some of the letters are already fading. Or also equipment like this, it's like a metal plate, and especially here with the oxidation, it's a Javanese metal certificate. Also in time it's fading away. So material is one thing that can engage like the endangerment of all these materials. For instance, also in a lot of like Asian libraries, I notice here that the photos are very dark. A lot of the original printed material is made with wood blocks. And an example, for instance, you can see here, it's like a Tibetan prayer flag that is being hand carved. But the same goes for Mongolian. Because of some geopolitical issues and other kind of people that are empowered over there, some of these original writing systems are no longer used. So they have to use a different writing system or another kind of script. And their own traditional writing systems, like for instance these beautiful wood blocks, they have all been destroyed. So in the early 20th century, they were used to heaten the tents, the gers in Mongolia, and unfortunately lots of this beautiful lettering is really gone forever. The same goes for lettering or design. It's not yet typography because this is all hand engraved, which is used in the urban streets or like in the public fields. Like this is engraved Tibetan lettering, but the same goes, for instance, with those beautiful like signage boards and like shop signs all over India. These are some examples here, but already in my couple of days that I've been here, I already found beautiful examples here in the streets of Colombo, and I'm very sure that there's other beautiful hand lettering and handicraft signs in the other regions in Sri Lanka. So also these kind of documents, they're really like very precious because it's very ephemeral. They are being influenced by nature, and also some of the plates are replaced by more contemporary kind of printing techniques, like for instance printing on vinyl and stuff like this. I'll come back to this in a moment. But to give you an idea how climate change interferes with public lettering, but also the libraries of some occasions, I'm going to show you a very short snippet. It's a longer documentary, but I'm only going to show a small snippet from a library in Mauritania, in Chinguetti, and it's also because of climate change that the desert is really coming into the city and the town, and it's really like taking over those beautiful ancient documents and manuscripts especially that are preserved there. So I'll show you a very quick slide of it. It should have sound, so there's some people, but I'll quickly, don't worry about it, I'll explain a bit what you can see. So it's really like a community that for centuries preserved like handwritten manuscripts about astronomy, about communication, philosophy, on different subjects, a lot of indeed religion, but also mathematical science. And because of the entering of the sands and desert into the town, I mean, a lot of these beautiful archives are really like in danger of being taken over. Now, there's also some other cultural issues. It is that it's difficult to preserve it in terms of the fact that it's passed on from families to families. But I'll quickly let the person a little bit explain a bit more.
Avant Copernic, avant Galilée, on savait tout déjà, bien sûr. Je suis désigné comme conservateur de la bibliothèque, c'est que c'est duquel j'ai rêvé longtemps. Depuis mon enfance, j'assistais dans les cours des bibliothèques, dans les autres bibliothèques, j'assistais aux visiteurs. Et surtout que je suis un garçon. La fille chez nous ne peut pas gérer une collection. Pourquoi? Parce que plus souvent, c'est très simple. Il y a des filles qui sont très compétentes, qui peuvent faire du travail. Mais la fille chez nous, il y a un handicap chez la fille. C'est qu'elle se marie. Quand la fille se marie, privée de la collection. Parce que notre patrimoine risque de chavirer dans une autre famille. Un exode massif.
So this is just to show the documentary goes on longer, but I'll give you all the information so you can watch it back at home more quietly. But it's just to show you another kind of an example how precious some of the archives or libraries are, and that it's due to nature and the world changing that things need to be preserved. Another example is one of my research projects on a very also traditional writing system. It's one of the Himalayas, and it's originated from Nepal, Kathmandu, Ranjana. And also in Tibetan-like publication, they call it Lansa. And it's a writing system that only has been made by hand. So there was never like a printing type, never a wood block, no other kind of metal or copper plate been preserved. So all this original lettering is really either made by textile, engraved in public signage, usually religious kind of items, but also, for instance, in beautiful interior decorations like the temples and the monasteries. So all these wood engravings, they also preserve this Lansa writing. It's a writing system that is mainly used to translate old Sanskrit texts into Tibetan or into Nepali. And of course, that's why a lot of it is also handwritten or engraved. Now, there was never a printing type made over the centuries, and it's only recently that, well, I started some of the research as an introduction to preserve it. But there was a beautiful and a very good team of type designers from India who collaborated with local artisans and local calligraphers and academics in Kathmandu. Here you can see an example that both Ananda and also Sunita, they are really like reviving this traditional writing system. It's a little bit like everywhere with the whole internationalization, that a lot of the documentation, a lot of the graphic design is taking Latin, or in other cases some other like mainly used writing systems. So this is really a beautiful project to show that they really bring this traditional script back to the local people. They go to schools, they go to local markets, and everybody comes there. They can practice and study like this traditional. It's not easy to do, but it's really like beautiful to see how from young people to elderly people, they are really reviving this writing system. So here you can see some of the workshops that they are engaging in, and it's really starting from the beginning. And there was a team in India, Ektype, is a big design, font design, type design studio. They collaborated with both and other calligraphers from Kathmandu, and they made the very first digital font to preserve the literature and also the knowledge written and handwritten in this script. So I very quickly again show you
Nitya Ranjana is a typeface based on the calligraphic style of Ranjana script from Nepal. The Ranjana script originated sometime between the 8th and 11th centuries and has a rich legacy in manuscript calligraphy, stone inscriptions, wood engraving, and painting. But its digital presence has been limited due to its visual complexity and lack of Unicode support. So our brief for this project was to design a typeface that would reflect Ranjana's rich visual heritage and make it available for contemporary use.
We wanted to capture the hand-drawn calligraphy essence into a digital typeface. So we went through different manuscripts to study letter structures. We then made comparison charts of those letter structures to understand how they varied from one manuscript to the other, even with the current practice as well. And that kind of helped us to understand the relative proportions of letters, the structural variations from manuscripts, even the different types of joineries we notice within the script in different styles. So these are just to name a few of the features we were looking at. Simultaneously, we started practicing calligraphy to understand how the calligraphy tool moves to give us certain stroke structure.
So in that sense, I think whether it's like a small community using like only, like it's maybe only a few thousands people, few million even, using like this writing system, it's worthwhile preserving the heritage, typographic, literature, and everything. And the same goes for one of my other kind of postdoctoral research projects. It's about preserving the traditional Mongolian writing system. And Mongolian is a script, I don't know what's happening, which is written vertically from top to bottom. I don't know, it was something with the cable, control. Yeah, so it's a writing system that it's written top to bottom. It's a handwritten connecting script. So like Arabic, it's like it has different shapes from the beginning, in the middle, or the end of a word. There's been a lot of manuscripts being written, and I showed you already some of the wood blocks. But what is the case, like especially from the 1920s, the city of Ulaanbaatar and the country of Mongolia, they were taken over by Russia. So there was like a Russian CCP influence, so they had to use a Cyrillic writing system. So all the publications they were actually written in Cyrillic, and the old traditional writing system was not yet continued. So there's whole generations that have been not using the script anymore. So in my research, I wanted to study how the script was also translated into metal type. So it's like an example to show you, if you want to design some typefaces from today, how you can go about collecting and researching like historical documents. This is one of the first metal types made in France by Firmin Didot in 1787. It's all done with metal type. So what I try to do is find not only the first printed books with metal type, but also here is a close-up of these printed books, but also find the printing material, so the punches, the matrices, and then not only collect it, because one thing is just going to all these location archives, libraries, and archives of type foundries, but it's also collecting, documenting, analyzing, comparing the scripts with the punches, with the matrices, finding details of perhaps who were the punch cutters, who were the designers who were involved, and also some of the documents. This is an example of an Italian type specimen book, and I'm pretty sure most of you, especially type designers and graphic designers, know the name of Giambattista Bodoni. He's a known Italian punch cutter and printer. But what's interesting here is that he made also like a lot of typefaces for other writing systems. Of course, he didn't know Mongolian, but he wanted to print something for the king and, of Italy, and also the people of the academic world. So he based himself off some of the manuscripts and earlier printed books. And it's just to give you an example that some of these writing systems, people just wanted to show off that they were able to do it. Other examples is like a beautiful specimen book from Russia. It's from St. Petersburg. And if you study those printing books or also these type specimen books, in some occasions you can find information about how many characters were needed. So here is a sample of like a list of all the individual characters that were made for this traditional script to be printed, to be used for printing. And of course also some more complex writing printed books, like this is a very beautiful dictionary in 4 different languages: Mongolian, Russian, French, and Tibetan. It's all different writing systems with all different writing directions. So some of them go top to bottom, some of them go left to right and top to bottom, and of course also like the different heights and everything. So in that sense, if you want to preserve like an endangered writing system, it's good to collect the information, not only like what you see around you, but it's a good start and it's essential to start, but also to find historical archives. Collecting and preserving and analyzing them is one thing. Here is some examples for the Javanese or Balinese script. It's also in the bigger Indonesia islands. And like here in Sri Lanka and Colombo, there's a lot of like signage, and you can still find a lot here as well that preserves this original writing system. Now, it's a bit similar than here in Sri Lanka, it's not the same, but also in the 1930s, the Dutch were very important not important, but they took over, like colonized Indonesia. But they actually changed the writing system from Javanese and Balinese into Latin. So also a lot of the material was lost, and all the printing types that were created, like the metal type, they were produced in the Netherlands, in Haarlem, but also in Den Haag. And it's a bit similar with some Sinhalese writing systems and scripts here. So there's some Dutch origins here, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the designs are very good. So although they might be the very first printing types and the very first documents printed with metal type, you need to be very critical to visually analyze the shapes. So here too, one thing is to document everything if you have the possibility and chance to go there. So again, finding the first printed book specimens, Also the original punches. So it's really a collection in which you can go and study like how many characters were cut by hand, the close-ups of the proportions, is there ligatures or not? Also, how is the script typeset with all the diacritical signs? If the punches relate to the matrices, and which kind of texts were printed. And sometimes you can find even extra additional information, like for instance, this is a case of a type being engraved in a metal plate, and you can find the signature of the person. It's not a punch cutter, it's more an engraver who engraved like the original designs of this Japanese writing script. It's of course written in mirror script because it had to be printer, so with like an inversion, you could see that it was Schmidlin. Another example is here. It's a very good example of like a very colonial typeface. It is Javanese, but it's designed, although there were some, it's not really proven yet, but literature say that there were some models were sent from Indonesia back to Amsterdam to design it. But it's very much in the atmosphere of the Art Nouveau style and the floral decoration that were happening in the West. So it is a title typeface, so especially used for title pages, like books, or also bigger, like display texts. But it shows you that, I mean, it's some cultural indoctrination, because those floral and leaf-like elements, when they went back, printed material to Indonesia, they were not well received. So it was something that they were not used to seeing, this kind of images. But although that the idea of the context of this typeface deserves more research, and of course also some interconnection with more discussions with the Indonesians, it's important to know that the manufacture is also something interesting to see. The designer was like a very young guy. He was only 16 years old. And that's something that I could read from like the manual books, like all the year reports from the Dutch type foundry. And he engraved all these metal letters in these small plates. And here you can see like the printed shape. And also like some indication how large the size is. But the fact is that he came from Germany, went to the Netherlands because it was economically more interesting to study and to work there as a trainee. He was only 16 years, not only to engrave this, but also to have like a very detailed eye to design all these interesting shapes. There is kind of a revival of this kind of style as well, and so there's more people like reacting against it, and also trying to make new shapes from it. But again, what I wanted to show you is to try to find a lot of like these original archives and a lot of this kind of material to collect it and to show it to and share it to other kind of academics and designers. One thing is just to collect it, but another one is to really be practical. I'm also a type designer in the first issue, and in a sense, I also want to know how those metal types work. So I had the opportunity for my PhD to collaborate with the British Library in London and St. Wright Library in London, because I was able to trace metal types for Tibetan script. Those were 3 different writing systems. I was able to also trace the layout from these wooden boxes, but unfortunately, most of these boxes, they were not yet well preserved, so it was all muddled together. So based on this layout that I was able to retrieve, I had to manually put all these individual metal sorts back in the boxes before I could actually work with them. I am not a printer. I'm not claimed to be a printer, but it's interesting as a designer to really know how the type is typeset, so how the composition is made, how are the diacritical marks, the accents made, the punctuation marks, how are the proportions, and this is like what I did by hand. I made the same paragraph in the 3 different metal types, and like if you remember like the image that I showed you from the specimen from Russia, I also included a print from every individual sort or character or glyph we say nowadays that was included in the metal set. There were different techniques to typesetting. I'm not going into the technical details, but this gives information which is essential for instance, encoding the open type features. So I'm also like a font engineer, which as a type designer, you also need to do a lot of programming, so that's also the ligatures, the conjuncts, the numbers work, and interesting things like this. So this gives you some information on how to position and which character goes first, which needs to go second, and separately, because Tibetan is written horizontally, but the conjuncts are also typeset vertically, so it's a combination of two writing directions. I was able to typeset like a specimen with it, again as a document for people to share, for people to see what is necessary. And also like a similar approach I could do for a Mongolian printing type that I was given, what was donated by me, by a printer who used to work in a foundry in the Netherlands, and they had those metal types stored in his backyard because he was having a private press. And they were no longer used. And because for me, it's an historical artifact, it's very important to preserve it. I was able to retrieve it and save it from being deteriorated, because some of the wooden boxes were already like gone. Even the metal type was eroded and people could no longer see which printing type it was. But here is again the same kind of methodology that I used to typeset a Mongolian poem. It's a different writing system. I showed you vertically from top to bottom. And also like to typeset an original historical piece, again, like nowadays. So as a practitioner, whether it's like a graphic designer, type designer, architect, product designer, the research is essential, but you also need to, of course, practice it. You have to get an understanding from how people used to do it, whether it is useful nowadays or not. And also other technologies, because also I'm collecting or trying to find how those writing systems were translated into typewriters. It's really like very functional objects, because people could then take them at home, or like, of course, in offices, or like in like the secretaries and other kind of professions. But it means that it's a machine which is very reduced in the number of keys that you have to typeset. So a writing system like Tibetan, Mongolian, and Sinhala or Tamil, there's a lot of characters, but there's only about 30, 40, maybe sometimes 50 keys. So how do you go about like simplifying or trying to find a technique how to reduce all those characters in those sets? Also to find the original documents that were typewritten with it, because as you see here, it's the same like other typewriting machines. The modulation is very thick, and that's because if a typeface was designed for a typewriter, it could not have very thin serifs, because otherwise if you type with it, it would cut through the ribbon. So that's why also with Latin type, all those typewriter fonts, they're mostly monolinear, but it gives you a very beautiful idea if you want to design a font which is based on a typewriter or which has some monolinear elements or characteristics, to do some studies or research how it was done for typewriters. Only recently I was invited in Vienna to study like a typewriter which was discovered. It was in one of the rooms, because there was like in the 70s and 80s of the last century a professor who was teaching Tibetan studies, and he had like one typewriter created for him to typeset the textbooks for the students. It was functioning, so I was able to get it work again. But again, it gives you like an idea. It's only recently that it was discovered. It works, it's been preserved. I'm now studying, because I only went there a few months ago, like it's a different typeface, and it just helps you with preserving like historical technology. Also in this case, the tradition and the history of the university, because also the first documents that were typewritten for the students, they're different than the literature that they use today. And of course, it will be the same in your university and studies. So that's interesting. And lastly, before I show you some other examples, it's also, I find interesting to study like very early produced and contemporary used newspapers, because this gives you an indication of many printing types used together in different ways. Like you've got the main body text, you've got advertisements, you've got the display types and everything. Most of them were also, like the title fonts were made with wood type. And it gives you just an idea to see how it was done again and how it can be typeset today. It's an example of handwritten Tibetan. But other than this, I'm a Belgian type designer. People might wonder, why am I from Belgium designing or teaching and researching all these wonderful writing systems? I have traveled, after my studies in my art school in Lucca in the early 20s, Nilis, I traveled for 6 months in India, and from these 6 months, I used to live for 3 months with the Tibetan people and a group of Tibetan students. So I was able to learn the language, to learn the writing system, and teach and study Tibetan. So that was my connection. And the same with Mongolian. What I find is important is that you have to talk with the locals, and you have to talk with the people who were involved, not only in the linguistics, but also who were designing the first typefaces, who were designing the first fonts. This is a Professor Choma with his son, and his son on the left, he's now the head of the University of Mongolia. So also here it's very good contacts and connections to have also for your university to have some collaborations possible. But I mentioned that in the 1930s, I mean, in Mongolia, they had to use like Cyrillic and could no longer use their own traditional writing system. So a lot of generations were not able to read or use their documents because the books are still there. So Professor Choma in the beginning, in the end of the 1980s, beginning of the 90s, he was on national television, again, like teaching the Mongolian people to learn the writing system again. So he was involved with my research, also with like giving feedback on type design, also to organize a design process, and likewise with people who are designing, for instance, dictionaries, who are also craftsmen. It's important to see their way of view and to share it. I was very privileged, and I really acknowledge this, to study in the University of Reading and to have given a grant to do some doctoral research and PhD and postdoctoral. So I was able to visit to a lot of locations in the world to see those beautiful archives and meet with local people, like also like calligraphers or street artists. And my aim is also what I study or what I document to also share it with many people, so that it's not just a study that's been done. So from all of it, and also to, for instance, those interviews that I undertake, to make them available, to have them translated. Because I am aware that not everybody is given like the same kind of privilege, and not everybody has the same means to study, even in art school, even in Belgium. I mean, not everybody who wants to be a designer or an artist can go to art school. So in that sense, I find it very necessary that people who can do the research, not to keep it for yourself and to be the academic, like, oh, it's just my thing and everything, but to spread it in the world and to share it. And one of these things is to make databases. So here is just like a summary of all the lists. The original kind of documents, these are the Javanese, also with references to, for instance, where in the world is it located? Is it in the British Library? Is it in a library here in Colombo? What is a shelf mark? Who can you contact? Which is, for instance, the first printing books and all the necessary details for people who might want to do different research than just the visual aspects. Or like just, for instance, like comparative graphics, like to see all the different typefaces in original size and how they differ. And to, go to the people and talk about it. So that's why I find very essential to discuss it, and also to present it in weblogs, in presentations, also like in publications, of course. And I was very lucky that there was one publishing house in the Netherlands who has a very big library on books on typography, Dutch design, but also international design. And the Buitenkant was interested to publish my work on the Tibetan research. And I was able to print it, the books itself, so that's Tibetan typeforms. And what I'm trying to do now is really I've been traveling to China, to Tibet, but also to Himalaya regions like Bhutan, Nepal, Ladakh, and everywhere, to show those research to the people over there. They are always very interested to see these typefaces that were made in also other places in the world, not just locally, but vice versa. And they're just intrigued, and they get the material to work with themselves. Because for me, it's also the aim not to have like this research on the historical part, but really to design fonts, new fonts, traditional fonts that might be revivals, but also typefaces that can be used in contemporary publications like academic multilingual work. Like this is my typeface Lungta Tibetan one, which was designed, used in the University of Chicago. for a multilingual publication, and also with University of Oxford with original poems and then the translated text, but also other typefaces. But before I conclude, I just want to show you a few more other examples of other people doing similar work. So it's really also my engagement to inspire you, hopefully, and also to do some things locally. Like I know, Sumantri, you're already doing a brilliant job with like also preserving Sinhala and other typefaces and documenting everything. But it's people like you that we need, because you have the access to it, you have also the critical eye. And I was just a simple graphic designer from Belgium, Brussels doing it. I was able to study in England, to have the opportunity to do so. But everyone here in the room can do this. It's just if you have like the interest, if you have like the motivation to do it, you can do it. So it's just like, yeah, the chance of doing it locally, starting with your own library. Perhaps that some of your grandparents might have some beautiful original documents, manuscripts in Sinhala, Sinhalese, in Tamil, in multilingual. So continue or start with something like this. A few other examples, because I know I'm limited in time and I don't want to go over it, and I'm trying to go as quickly as I can, is to show some projects from other designers and researchers. This is a beautiful example from Juliet Chen, and she worked on a typeface project with the indigenous people of the Northern Americas, like the Lushitit Fund and the Lushitit people. It's like native people in which the writing system and the language was only transmitted orally. So there never existed any written documents. So together with the locals there, she designed like a typeface which was able to present the different sounds and the graphemes. And especially for the local children and the local community, they actually produced a typeface so that for the first time they were able to print and typeset their language itself. It's still a project in development. They even made a wood type from it. And here you can see some examples with the local community that it's a younger generation, and it's like you people here in the audience, you're the next generation that needs to continue to preserve this. And you will be designing new forms, new shapes, new products, new typefaces, which is in a different light and a different engagement than it was 10 years ago, than it was 50 years ago, which is normal because culture and tradition, they evolve. Another beautiful project I find is from preserving endangered languages and writing styles is this beautiful project from Typecraft. It's an initiative from an Indian designer, and it's a collective, also it's a designer from Barcelona. But what they do is actually preserve writings and writing styles and typefaces from local crafts people, I have to say, because it was very interesting to hear the word craftspeople here yesterday as well. Because it's not just craftsmen, it's a lot of craftswomen who are, in this case, example, doing a lot of beautiful textile work. And they are preserving, like it's also cultural heritage, because some of the traditional textiles, like here, they have meaning, they have some symbolism, it depends on which region or which tribe you belong. So what they do, they go visit those different kind of regions in India, and they make, together with the local team of the ladies, so although they have never experienced in type design or graphic design, they really help with creating the alphabet or like the style of letters that they are using for their textiles. And they actually collaborate with making these models for digital fonts. And what is also beautiful, all the designs, there's more than these few examples that I show, it also gives back to the community. So if the typefaces are sold, like the profit also goes back to the local communities. And it's also a beautiful social activity, because in the case of this, it's a lot of women, they connect with each other, they start to open up, they discuss their designs, their practice and everything with each other, and it's really a beautiful teamwork to see. And also again, to show a very small example, is basically to see that it's not only the textile, but it's also like the letters and the characters and symbols that are made with tattoos on their bodies. So this is an example to show how also another project can be
समाज के
done.
लोग अब छोड़ रहे हैं, बहुत अब लुप्त हो रहा है. अभी कुछ गिने चुने लोग ही हम लोग कर रहे हैं, नहीं पहले यही करते थे हमारे पूर्वज.
I started the Typecraft initiative in 2011 with the purpose of greater exchange between urban designers and rural craftspeople and tribal artists. Since inception, we've always wanted to work in a way where we also learn from craftspeople, from the tribal artists. It's a knowledge exchange rather than a knowledge transfer. We are converting a craft or a folk art into a digital typeface using technology and design. When we start workshops, we always learn from the craftspeople, from the tribal artists about their culture, where they live. So we usually go to their villages and work there and do these workshops. And we also
I'll give you the link where you can see the whole documentary and more explanation, because the final project I want to show is actually something that I think is very inspiring. It was to me, and unfortunately the late Hanif Qureshi passed away a few months ago. He was a very beautiful initiative maker that's from the street lettering that he found in India, that he also, like the previous projects that I showed, that he collaborated with the local craftsmen. And again, here in Colombo, unfortunately I only visited Colombo this time yet, but I'll be back to visit more of the beautiful country. But I also already discovered some beautiful hand lettering. So this example it's called hand-painted type. It's like a tradition that is getting lost in India, and it's based on what he mentioned and also what he actually explained in his documentaries. But with the local sign painters, he actually also made asked them to design the typeface that they used on all the fruit stables, on all the shop signs, and all the different kind of visual identities that you see in the urban letterings in the street of not only Delhi, but also in Gujarat and different other regions in India. And from those hand letters, he made also with a team, also like digital fonts. And it's beautiful to see here as well that these examples, it is really preserving cultural heritage. Because again, it's very ephemeral. It's on metal enamel plates, and again, most of them are now replaced with the cheaper versions of the vinyl kind of printing. It's a homage because every typeface also pays homage to the original sign painter. They also have the sign, the signature in it. And you can see that it can also be used in different ways, like with different shades, with a kind of different texture, black and white, of course, with color. Also outline and also with some beautiful color strokes. Here's some other kind of styles from the same designer, but also this kind of lettering. I show this, I know these are examples from the Latin script, but there's also like Devanagari and other Gujarati examples available. But it's beautiful to see that they give back. And also, because he's also a very contemporary, or he was a very contemporary street artist, he also brought it back to the streets, so back to the people. So some of his designs, like you see here, it's really some of the new murals or the new typefaces that he actually included. And of course, like I would advise also you to experiment with other kind of technologies or techniques. So here you can see an example of some of his Oriya font, if I'm not mistaken, in neon lettering, because it's a different technique and it's a different kind of adaptation of a writing system to a tool. So I want to conclude to inspire you to actually engage in projects like this. Don't reinvent the hot water or the wheel. And I think it's important to look, that's what I'm also doing, at projects that exist. Look out on the methodology that they use, and for your own kind of community or your own ideas, it doesn't necessarily need to be typefaces. It can be beautiful symbols or beautiful patterns or beautiful kind of materials, like yesterday with the coconut, and also the book design with the different kind of environmental spaces, is that you actually can learn from what other projects and designers or academics are doing and just apply to your own kind of concepts and ideas. And my other vision is that every language or writing system really deserves a lot of new fonts. Whether it's only a few users or whether it's millions of people using it, everybody needs really new and more typefaces to express your own identity, your own kind of express your thoughts and opinions in a visual matter. I'm not going to talk about the next slides, but they are included with the presentation, so I will share everything with you, so as a PDF that you can read, but this is just to give just a more dry academic list. So what is endangered? How can you preserve it? What are the needs? What is the impact of doing it and what is necessary to do? But I just want to thank you for listening to this just very short introduction. I know I give a very lot of information in a short amount of time. But if there's any questions or if you need more information, also when I'm back in Belgium, feel free to contact me, email me on my email address. I'm also on social media under the name of TypoJoe, so I'm happy to also share you different contacts or locations, or if you need some information about how to do about going research or going to study or anything abroad, let me know. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope I could inspire you a little and that you continue to create beautiful designs and research projects. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I think you certainly accomplished in inspiring us. It truly was a great start to the morning, a great start to IDR 2025. Looking at your visuals, it felt like, going back in time. I'm so glad that you put so many pictures, as you said. It was really easy to visualize and go back to your projects. And to actually see the amount of work that you put into in each of the projects, I think is such an inspiration to all of the researchers and the students that we have here with us today. You talked about preservation, you talked about archival research, also comparisons, and I think these are all
is a session from our audience. So the first presentation is titled, Does the Way We Sit Influence Our Cognitive Thinking? Presented by Abhishek Srivastava, Srijesh Nair, and Sonal Atreya. So please come, and we are interested to see your findings.
We start? Okay. Very good morning to all of you. Vanakkam, Namaskar, Pranam, and greetings from India. And before we start the presentation, I would like you to notice how are you sitting today? Are your feet resting on the floor, or perhaps your legs are crossed? Well, most of us would agree to the fact that sitting posture is something that is influenced by bodily comfort and discomfort and the etiquettes. For example, the place we are sitting in, this particular auditorium. But what if something as basic and as simple as a sitting posture can actually influence your thinking, your thought process, your cognitive abilities like creativity and attention? Well, that is what our study is about. My name is Abhishek and my colleague Srijesh. We are from the Department of Design, IIT Roorkee, India, and we are here to present our study titled, Does the Way We Sit Influence Our Cognitive Thinking? Well, having been a regular practitioner of yoga and meditation, I came across this shloka from Hatha Yoga Pradipika, which says, Hatasya pratmagatvad asanam purvam uchyate kuryat tad asanam stharyam arogyam changlagavam, which basically means that in the Hatha Yoga, the asanas are spoken of first. Asanas refers to the sitting posture, and they bring about steadiness of body and mind, arogyam, improved health, and the lightness of the limb. In fact, this very connection of mind and body can be traced back to the ancient yogic scriptures, which have said that, when you sit in a particular asana or a sitting posture, it is found to benefit your physical as well as mental health. And this very premise guided our research question, does the way we sit influence our cognitive thinking and abilities like creativity and attention? And the question was further reinforced when we looked around at the ancient sculptures. These sculptures were of gods, deities, as well as ancient sages who were adopting this posture and resembling a meditative pose. And the examples are very much in this beautiful city of Colombo. We have got the Gangaramaya temple in which you can see the statues adopting this posture. And those who may not know, India is still a home to ancient traditional learning centers, also known as Gurukuls, wherein the students adopt this particular posture, which is the Indian cross-legged posture, in their pedagogical setup of teaching and learning environment. They are adopting this posture for education purposes, for eating, for yoga, dhyana, meditation, yajna, and all these activities. So why is this posture important to us? Why does it matter to us? Well, the historians have said that bodily actions such as posture are learned behaviors which are transmitted culturally, and that sitting posture of the Western societies are very different from the non-Western societies. For example, the Eastern societies, like the Asian one. So in the Western, we have the chair-based sitting in which the feet should rest on the floor. However, in the non-Western societies or the Eastern cultures, we primarily had ground-based sitting in which various set of activities of the day, including the household chores, were performed in this particular posture. Well, in design institution in India, it has been observed that the students are also adopting this posture for various set of activities, right from group discussions, brainstormings, or while working with the materials like clay modeling, and also while working on their laptop. If you see this, these students are sitting on chairs which are meant for Western sitting, but then still they are adopting the Indian cross-legged postures. So to conclude, it remains a common practice by a majority, but does it impact the cognitive thinking, the attention and creativity? Well, the literature does suggest that. It has been found that certain postures associate with the creativity. For example, the expansive postures were found to be correlated with the tasks that requires divergent thinking, and the contractive postures were found to be associated with the tasks which requires convergent thinking. In terms of attention, the studies have found that standing posture enhanced the cognitive function, whereas the sitting posture reduced it, although there were many contradictory studies as well. So to conclude, previous studies have examined various aspects of the posture, contractive, expansive, standing, but the sitting postures were primarily confined to the chair-based sitting. So the sitting or the ground-based sitting has not been explored much. In fact, the overall body of literature on floor sitting cultures are very, very limited. So this study basically compares the two distinct postures, the chair-based sitting, which is quite dominant in the institutions and office spaces, with the cross-legged based sitting, which is still default in many traditional settings like ours, with an aim to investigate their influence on the cognitive functions of attention and creativity. Talking about the methodology, being a pilot study, we had 16 design students, and there were two aspects, creativity and attention. Both the aspects were assessed using various tests, and first these tests were performed in a conventional posture, which was followed by the Indian cross-legged posture, and then we compiled the data to formulate our conclusion and analysis. Now I would like to invite my colleague Srijesh to briefly describe what these tests are and the results. Srijesh.
Thank you, Abhishek. First, we'll begin with creativity. So we first looked at divergent association test. This was a test developed by a postdoc fellow at Harvard, Jay Olson. In this, the participants were asked to think of 10 noun words, only noun, no technical names, nothing, simple, plain words that comes to their mind, and they should be unrelated to each other. So the more unrelated they are to each other, the more creative you are. So on the example, you can see the first one is arms, eyes, feet, hand, all are related to the body parts, hence the low score. But if you look at the right, tomato, violin, tickets, all are unrelated, hence the high words. So the more unrelated, the more creative you are. Then we moved on to the second test, which is remote association test. In this, the participants were given 3 clue words, and they had to guess a 4th word, which would be related to all the 3 words. So for example, you can see man, glue, and star, and the one word that can be related to all 3 is super. Superman, superglue, and superstar. So if you look at the third example, cream, skate, and Burke, any guesses what could be the associated word? Yeah, that's good. So this comprised of 10 questions. They were easy, medium, and hard, so just to make sure that we cover all the difficulties in the test. Then for attention, we moved on to Stroop color and word test. This was an online web-based tool test. In this, the participants were shown a word name, color name, and that color had a print color. So they had to identify the print color. In this example, since the word is written green, but the color is red, so they have to press R, the first letter of the color, print color. And in this, we have 2 types of trials: incongruent, where there's a mismatch between the word color and the print color, and congruent, where there's a match. The difference between the scores was calculated, and the lower score represented higher attention value. Then for the next, we had trail making test. This has 2 parts. Part A, which consisted of only numerics 1 to 25, and part B, which consisted of 1 to 13 and A to L, and they have to connect consecutively. So 1, 3, 4 in part A, and in part B, 1A, 2B, 3C, 4B. The lower time taken represents higher attention. It means you are completing the test faster and you have more attentive. This was the experiment setup done in the lab in which the students are usually taking their classes to make sure the conditions are favorable in their conditions. Then moving on to the test results, we saw that in creativity there was no overall group-wise, as you can see there, different conventional was 77.1 and in ICL was 76.1. But when you look at the individual scores, we saw that there was a trend of scores for a few participants. This suggested that the creativity is linked to the individual's posture sensitive things like habits, lifestyles, and other creative abilities that they do in their day-to-day life. But when it came to attention, we can see an overall group improvement in the scores for both Stroop color test and trail making test. And it indicated that attention has a positive impact. Indian cross-legged sitting has a positive impact based on the sitting posture. So to conclude, in creativity, factors like habits and lifestyles were impacting, but we did not see an overall score improvement in the participants. Attention, say that there was a positive improvement in the student's score. This aligns with the benefits of adopting yoga positions like Sukhasana and Padmasana, which also suggests that bodily systems can be influenced cognitive modes and task performance. I would like to call Abhishek again to conclude.
Thank you, Sujesh. So talking about the study implications, so the studies have suggested that having a cross-legged based pedagogical setup is advantages than the chair-based in terms of physical, mental, and additional dimensions. These dimensions include the academic performances and scores. In fact, one of the renowned Indian ergonomist, Professor Dev Kumar Chakravarti, has said that allowing such postures encourages free movement and are beneficial for group work and idea generation exercises. In and all, This encourages the design educators to recognize studios and environments where an adaptive to ICL can enhance the overall learning experience. Also, allowing such postures will help make our design education more culturally inclusive and user-centered learning spaces. Well, it's also important to acknowledge the limitations of the study. So yes, since it was a pilot study, the sample was less. Going further, we need to improvise our sample size. Also, the test of creativity which we used, RAT and DAT, they were primarily assessing the verbal creativity. So if you had a proficiency of English language, probably the results could have been different. So we need to have tests which also cover the visual dimensions of creativity, like the Torrance test, the Guilford test, and even the attention can be assessed using EEG, electroencephalograph, or psychological vigilant test. The familiarity of the question format may have influenced certain results, and also certain participants were not accustomed to the ground-based setting, so we need to have much more stringent selection criteria of participants to discount any bias which could have been caused. Well, we would like to acknowledge, thank you the conference organizers for giving us this platform to present. Special thanks to the participants of the study, the PMRF, which is the Prime Minister's Research Fellowship, which is supporting this study, and the Ministry of IKS, Indian Knowledge Systems. And before we conclude our presentation, we would like to leave you with this thought that what if the next leap in attention and creativity domain is not some technology, but rediscovering how we sit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation and provoking a very decolonial approach on human experience and design. So now we are moving from how we see to how we experience spaces. This research title as Emotional Responses to Spatial Arrangements in Museum Interior, presented by Jayaveera JKV and Gamage WO. Please come and share your research findings.
A very good morning, with prior permission from the audience and the esteemed guests. Emotions. Emotion in spaces are contradictory, and it has to be discussed in a way. Let me take you to an example. The most powerful part of an exhibition isn't the exhibit, it's emotions. Why do we slow our voice, slow our pace when inside a space, in a gallery? No one told us to do so, but we still do. And that's because emotion plays a part in that. Interior, along with emotions, help create emotional journeys within ourselves. Why do we slow our pace? As I said before, when, pardon me, so when you take emotions in a space, it's very contradicting. Emotions can influence how you work, emotions can be designed, and places can be filled with emotions, and my research is how to show that. Museums are no longer silent containers of culture, they have become cultural phenomena. People don't just see exhibit, they feel it. And that's because of the power of emotions. And my research is going to show you the clarification between emotional design and spatial design. The aim was simple, and that was to understand how design could affect human emotion. For that, the spatial design was specifically chosen, and by comparing spatial attributes and emotions along with global and local case studies, a framework could be designed for future designers to help in designing emotions. To help me with this process, I've created a theoretical framework, the spatial form, which is a pleasure arousal theory, to understand how emotions are aroused in a space way before you logic does, and the sensory perception to understand how the layouts and visibility perceive us when we walk into a space, and the phenomenology of architecture to understand how the multidisciplinary design aspects of interior encompasses us to act in a certain way in space. And through all these things, the behavior could be studied and the behavior could be designed. Through a comprehensive literature review, I understood and studied, found out what spatial element is required or what spatial element is responsible to creating the certain emotional response in a space. And through that, I found out that through linear circulation to high ceilings, the emotions that are evoked were totally different from one another. To compare these, a mixed methodology research was used, an image-based questionnaire survey followed by a real-time questionnaire survey. For the image-based questionnaire survey, three distinctive museums were chosen based on their styles and adaptability: the Guggenheim Museum, the British Museum, and the National Museum for African American History and Culture. Each space was studied for its spatial characteristics and also what the space has tried to evoke. And then this was tested through a pictographic survey using 30 respondents. For the real-time questionnaire survey, the MMCA, the Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art in Sri Lanka, was chosen. Its exhibit at the time, the Watapulluwa Housing Scheme, designed by architect Mindy Silva, was chosen. The space was designed by Mr. Jonathan Edward. In here, the user was asked to rate his emotional experience, how the user felt, and therefore we could understand how space's layout as well as emotions play its role. Moving towards results and discussion, through the showcase pictures, images below, the pictographic study was conducted and the results emerged clear. The Guggenheim's openness and spatial circulation inside freedom and curiosity. The British Museum's geometry brought focus and calmness, and the NMHC's dim accents evolved reflection and empathy, proving each space used design and to choreograph emotion intentionally or not. And when analyzing these spaces, it was found high ceilings and daylight score the highest of freedom and calmness, and enclosed rooms brought intimacy and focus. Curved path inspired curiosity, while dark zones allowed slow and grief to come in. When moving towards the real-time questionnaire survey, since the MMC had focused on a more open layout and compartmentalized spaces, it helped to focus more on attention, and because there was a lot of material in use, the warm wood invites touch and intimacy, whereas the cold concrete evoked respect and awe. Unfinished floor expressed architectural site authenticity, and movement was a key spatial variable in the space to create visitor engagement. Through the survey conducted, it was proven that the space has a very positive attribute towards the emotional evoking inside the space, and use of natural materials, which such as organic materials in special, was an advantage to create the emotional experience within the space. In conclusion, museums don't just showcase memories, they create them, and through interior that can be really brought out. Last but not least, as recommendations I would like to bring out to design with rhythm and not repetition, and also to build collaboration between designers, psychologists, and exhibition curators to help create memorable spaces, because ultimately the goal of interior is not the space, it's about how the end user feels. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And then we have another interesting project here. The title goes as The Role of 4E Cognition Framework in Improving Early Childhood Fine Motor Skills Development Through Learning Materials. It is presented by Kandanarachi R and Disanayaka M. And stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ryan Kandanarachi. Today I will be presenting my research titled The Role of 4E Cognition Framework in Improving Early Childhood Fine Motor Skills Development Through the Learning Materials. This study focuses on how early learning environment and teaching practices influence the way preschool children develop fine motor skills, especially in different community settings in Sri Lanka. Early childhood is a critical stage of physical, cognitive, social, and emotional development. In this research, I focus on fine motor skills which involve small muscle movement in the hands and fingers. These skills help children perform everyday tasks, gain independence, build confidence, and prepare for the more complex learning. Within fine motor development, I specifically considered 4 main areas: hand-eye coordination, grasp development, balance, and grip control with object handling. In Sri Lanka, many preschool children show underdeveloped fine motor skills, especially in the activities that require controlled hand movement, like holding pencil, using small object. These skills are not developing as expected for age 3 to 5. Most local studies talk about early learning in general, but not about fine motor skill performance in different environments. Also, there is a little research applying for the 4E cognition framework to explain how physical interaction, environment, and tool affect learning. My study aimed to fill this gap. the 4E cognition framework. The 4E cognition framework explains that learning doesn't happen only in mind. It's happened through the interaction between mind, body, and environment. It's called 4E because it's include 4 dimensions: embodied, embedded, enactive, and extended cognition. This means that thinking, learning are grounded in our physical action, real-world goals, social and cultural experience, and tools and people we use while learning. This is the main goals and objective of my studies. This research was completed in 5 main phases. First, I defined the study type and approach. It was a descriptive, observational, and mixed method study, combined both quantitative scores and qualitative observations to understand preschoolers' fine motor development. Then I selected the sample and preschool settings. The study include 30 preschoolers aged 3 to 5 years, selected to represent different socio-economic contexts. The sample considered of 10 children from urban Moratuwa, 14 from semi-urban Amblipitia, 6 from rural Monragala. I used UNICEF-approved fine motor activities to observe how children perform different tasks. During this session, I conducted observational checklists to record their performance, focusing on grasp type, coordination, control, and balance, and gave each child a score from 1 to 3. I also used observational photograph to capture hand movements and collect teacher interviews to better understand classroom practices and children engagement. These are the activities I used to assess the children fine motor performance. I analyzed the collected data in 3 stages. First, quantitative analysis, comparing mean score for the preschool type. Second, qualitative analysis, reviewing sketches, photograph, and teacher feedback to identify patterns. Finally, I interpret everything through the 4E cognition lens to explain how environment and materials influence learning. Research findings. In Sri Lanka, preschool activities depend mostly on teachers' method and available resources. There is no standard curriculum, so each preschool follow its own approach. Urban schools, preschools use more structured tool support tasks, while the rural one rely on teachers lead low resources activities. This chart shows the overall performance in fine motor activities across the 3 preschool types. Urban preschoolers show the highest performance, following by semi-urban, while rural preschoolers show the lowest. This clearly reflects how different in available materials and learning opportunities influence children's fine motor development. Hand-eye coordination and balance were different across the 3 preschool settings. Urban children perform slightly better than semi-urban and rural children, but overall, every group still need the improvement. Urban children show the better pencil grip control and coordination. Semi-urban children had developing but uneven grip technique. Rural children showed the unstable grip because they had less exposure to learning materials and tools. These are some captures of their graph technique. From the embodied perspective, children have limited opportunities for hand-on exploration and physical engagement. In embedded accept, positive social interaction is seen all preschool settings. From an inactive perspective, play-based and child-led activities are limited as most learning teachers direct one. And extended expect use external tools and materials varies between preschool. Overall, fine motor development depends on hands-on engagement, supportive environments, and the consistent access to appropriate tools. In summary, fine motor skills affect unequal exposure, limited practices, and material shortage across the preschool. These factors lead to grip issues and lack of play-based activities, which can cause physical fatigue and reduce children's academic readiness. In future research and development, several key areas can be explored. First, introducing standard play-based preschool curriculum in Sri Lanka strengthen fine motor, cognitive, social, emotional skill develop. Second, developing low-cost, locally made manipulatives that can help children improve their grasp, coordination, and overall fine motor performance. Third, promoting a child-led and hands-on learning approach that apply the 4E cognition framework in daily preschool activities. And finally, exploring new toy and tool designs that support embodied and inactive learning experience in early childhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And we will move next to another interesting title here. Feel related to everyone, related to me as well. Our animation movies meant only for children. Look at the evolving audience. The authors are Shaseen Talha and Chandana Jayawardena.
Check. Yeah. This is my first time being in Moratu and I'm already loving it. Good morning, everyone. I'm Shazeen Talha. I'm a full-time production lead in a company, but I like to be a storyteller, basically. I'm currently doing my master's in film and television and have done my bachelor's in animation. And I have brought you a very light-hearted research today, but the introduction made it obvious that everyone is an audience for this. So, our animation movie is exclusive for children, understanding the evolving audience of animation. Before even I get going, do we have any audience in the crowd who is a fan of watching animation movies or animation contents? Okay, thank God. So I'm not left out here today. Right. So to begin with, right, a simple question. Every research would start with like that. So why is the first question I should ask myself. This topic personally comes from my childhood. I've been a fan of these kind of contents from my childhood. Ever since I watched Toy Story first time, I believed that my toys too come alive when I'm not looking at. So being bombarded with animation movies and the contents we consume. But from those days, I've been told that this type of contents is only made for kids. The parents say your child will grow up and stop watching this. And this, I was ready to accept it in the first place because when I watched Up, when I cried for Ellie in Up, it was not just for her, it's for the dreams that never got a chance to lift off. When I watched a clumsy Kung Fu Panda believing in himself and moving forward with life, I was not cheering for the clumsy panda, I was believing in myself for coming up forward and trusting the guts I have. And when I laughed for Shrek and for getting the courage to letting the people know who we are, it's not just moved by the love he got, but for the courage he has to show the true colors of him to the world. And even though the world is already saying that he is a monster. Right? So these topics are too much for kids, right? Isn't it too obvious that this underlying beneath factor is not being visualized by the kids? So that's when the big question came to my head. Are animation movies exclusive for children, or have the audience evolved? To know a little bit about this, we need to go back in time to know how animation started and the way it grew up and how we are currently right now. See, animation have a past of 100+ years, from 1908 to Phantasmo. That means this is how the cartoons used to look like those days. I'm pretty sure it looks more kind of a video that a doctor would show you to check whether you are a person in good state of mind or not. But currently, the visuals we see in 2025, it's beyond the colors, the visuals, the message. Everything it conveys is beyond what we used to see. And the path we are going forward is going to be more imaginative than ever. So adults who was once kids is right now coping himself as a kid again and watching these movies once. So these type of people are referred as kidults. So most of you all who raised their hands today embrace yourself as a kidult too. A definition of a kidult is an adult who likes to do childish behaviors. Even the definition says kids are the ones mainly consume this kind of content. To prove that factor, my research approach began with a group of survey. Believe me, there was a bit of limitations coming up when I started doing this research, because not everyone is ready to admit that they love to watch animation movies. As soon as you go into a crowd and ask, do you watch animation movies? No, that's for kids. No. And there was a limitation in gathering the responses for this survey. From the age of 6 to 30+, I managed to find responses. And I'm grateful I met 2 industry experts. One, Alex Nagy, a Canadian animator who has an experience of 17 years in this industry. He has been worked in movies like Smurfs, Spider-Man, Maze Runner. And a Sri Lankan filmmaker called King Ratnam. His expertise in screenwriting, storytelling, movie making, both were there in supporting my research and the surveys and interviews I did together. Throughout the survey, I realized 89 response said they love watching animation movies. Even though, as I mentioned earlier, from 6 to 30, the majority of people agreed to watch and they love watching this kind of content. And in that, 76% wanted to create more adult-oriented movies rather than focusing on child behavior only. And most of the people told the reason why they love these kind of movies, it's emotional. It takes you back to your childhood and makes you feel home. It's nostalgia. Even though you're living in your present, it takes you a chance to go back and live back your past. And the visual imaginations. Yes, we have magnum opus live-action footages, movies out there going in theaters. But sitting back for 1.5 hours or 2 hours and watching a cartoon animation or a movie, it always gives you a different kind of perspective, and the stories you want to tell is more vibrant and bigger when you agree in this kind of mediums. And even in the research, an interesting fact came out that 30% respondents own a merchandise of a movie for themselves based on the cartoons they watch. Merchandise is the only external factor you can see the success of a movie. If you have a friend who owns a figure of a toy or somewhere in your shelf or a cupboard or desk, you better tell him he is also an kidult in this growing culture. Alex Nagy quoted me that studios still mainly make this kind of content just for kids, but the design content appeal to adults and they too watch this. And King Ratnam said, animation carries a cultural and a philosophical depth hidden within humor and metaphor, and I totally agree from it. For people who have watched cartoons from childhood to now, those cartoons are not just the one we laughed at, it has very hidden depth meaning. A quick example I would like to tell is, I don't know how many of you have watched the movie Chicken Run here. Chicken Run, even though it looks like a bunch of chickens stuck in a farm and coming out, it's actually a prison camp by Nazi, and how the prisoners had a plan to come out from the camp. So there are so many cultural depth and hidden messages inside these cartoons embodied that we most often never get a chance to see. So to redefine, where are we right now in the world of animation and for the future? For the industry, there are a big opportunity to create more adult-centered or cross-generation stories right now. And it's very evident right now that there are multi-anthologies. For example, I would like to quote Love, Death and Robots from Netflix. Those are very adult-centered animation movies. So there are other platforms in YouTube and everyone who took this seriously and giving more type of contents in this. And for educators like us, we are here to teach animation more than a storytelling art form, than a children's medium. And for Sri Lankan audience, it's the time to see that animation as a cultural storytelling, but not just as a child entertainment. I would like to finish with this, a simple thing, that animation is not a genre, it's a language. It's how I decided to speak to you all with a clip-on mic in English language. One should be able to choose the medium they want to provide the stories to the outer audience. And the next time when you meet someone who is saying animation is for kids, you better tell animation is for the kid and for the thinker in all of us. And to conclude, I have a few minutes to show you a small video that I have brought you. This is a living evidence of the topic that I have presented today. So this is a short film that I have created called Lunchbox. Lunchbox is Sri Lanka's gold winner in 26 Digicon Asia contest. And it represented Sri Lanka in many international festivals and local festivals. Even though this is being an animation short film, it's made for people wider to understand and guess the idea of it. I hope you all can have a small glimpse of it. It's just 3 minutes, and we can have a discussion about it if you all feel to. Thank you.
பட்டு ஸ்கூலுக்கு டைம் ஆகுது, சீக்கிரம் கிளம்பு.
Makumbe. යකෝ මේ ගෑනිට පිස්සුද? පිස්සු.
Women.
மிச்ச வைக்காம சாப்பிடு பட்டு.
எங்கடி ஓடுற? ட்ரெயினை பிடிக்கியா? இதெல்லாம் ஒரு பொண்ணா? சி இதெங்கடா இப்படி ஓடுற? வெக்கமே இல்லை.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much for that presentation and for that lovely short film. And now we will move out to our final presenter of this session. The research title is A Conceptual Framework for a Wearable Cooling System Using PCM and TEC Integration, presented by Vikramasinghe N. and Vasala K.
Good morning, everyone. So I will be presenting a conceptual framework for developing a variable cooling system using phase change materials and thermoelectric cooling modules. So the problem this research started is from the urban heat, what we all experience here. According to the Department of Meteorology, 2024 was recorded as the warmest year globally, with a daily maximum temperature reaching 36 Celsius. Sri Lanka's hot and humid climate significantly affect the performance of conventional cooling devices compared to dry climates. Colombo, the commercial capital of Sri Lanka, and many urban areas around experience a warm and humid tropical climate year-round, with high temperatures, high relative humidity, and low wind speeds. Also, rapid urbanization makes these cities really hot by creating urban heat islands. So this climate significantly contributes to the high demand of air conditioning, which in turn results in increased energy consumption. As energy costs rise and the environmental impact of AC grows, there's a pressing need for alternative cooling methods. A variable body cooling system can reduce dependency on air conditioning by providing localized cooling, improving personal comfort, and promoting energy efficiency, aiming these following sustainable development goals directly and indirectly. So this study focuses on conceptualizing a hybrid system that integrates phase change material and thermoelectric cooling modules, combining advantages of both. Please note that this study only introduces the conceptual framework of the proposed system. Experimental validation and performance evaluation will be undertaken in subsequent stages of the research. So to be more specific about the objectives of this study, it is to discuss the capabilities and limitations of PCM and TEC, addressing challenges associated with existing wearable devices, identifying a suitable user group, and outlining the conceptual system configuration, operational principles of the proposed hybrid system. So moving on to the let's talk more about the background of this study. Personal thermal management. The objective of personal thermal management is thermal comfort. It is subjective and influenced by both psychological and physiological factors. Skin temperature serves as a key indicator of thermal comfort. As you all know, the sweat output or the sweat gland distribution or even thermal sensitivity is not uniform across the body. So this diagram shows how the sweat distribution is around across the body. This says that localized body cooling should target head region or the torso. These are some of the widely available personal thermal management technologies, but not here in Sri Lanka, but in global context. There's neck rings, wearable vests, even wearable fans, and small air conditioning units. And moving on to the main element of the concept, phase change material. It is capable of storing and releasing significant amount of heat during a phase transition, most commonly between solid and liquid states. This property enables them to provide high energy storage density with minimal temperature variation, making them highly suitable for applications in thermal energy storage and passive temperature stabilization. Then the next component will be thermoelectric coolers. Thermoelectric cooling is a technology that offers several advantages over conventional cooling methods. These are highly reliable, compact, lightweight, and have no moving parts or working fluids, making them suitable for a wide range of applications, including wearable thermal management. They are commonly used in electronics cooling, portable refrigeration and automotive seat temperature control, and even thermoelectric air conditioning systems. Although the coefficient of performance of TEC is generally lower than the conventional refrigerations, their ability to provide localized cooling with precise control and low voltage operations make them attractive for this purpose. So there has been already discussions about using this both PCM and TC together in some systems. This is one of such studies. Here, it demonstrates a composite consisting of silicon elastomer, encapsulated paraffin, and graphite powder. This hybrid configuration balances mechanical flexibility with enhanced thermal conductivity and heat capacity, enabling a more portable and body-comforting cooling layer. This uses the PCM on the hot side of the thermoelectric cooler, using it as a heat sink. So most existing studies on PCM and TC integration use PCM on the hot side, where it helps absorb excess heat and extend cooling duration. However, there have been little to no exploration of using PCM on the cold side of the thermal energy storage medium. This following conceptual framework introduces such a system, outlining its proposed configuration and functional principles. So the PCM acts as a thermal reservoir capable of being charged during TEC operation and later providing cooling independently once TEC is switched into no power modes. This approach redefines PCM as an active cooling buffer, effectively a thermal battery that can extend cooling duration, reduce reliance on continuous external power, and provide greater practicality for variable thermal management. So the lifestyle of and the environment of urban motorbike riders are considered as a reference point. This group, as this group often experience intense localized heat stress due to direct solar exposure, protective gear, and traffic in humid city climates. So understanding such user context helps align the concept with real-world needs without prematurely fixing design details. To translate this into a workable system, the concept is envisioning two interconnected parts, a wearable module and a stationary on-bike module. So the PCM and TEC, the battery type of part will be stationed on the bike, while the PCM carrying a coolant will be the wearable part. This is basically how this system is supposed to work. The PCM should be pre-charged, then when you're on the bike, the coolant circulates through the jacket and absorbs heat from the body. Then the PCM, coolant circulates through the PCM, and PCM absorbs the heat and it melts. Then if the PCM is near melting point, the TECs activate and started refreezing the PCM. Like this, the circle continues. Talking more about the phase change material. Paraffin wax blends and salt hydrates with melting points between 20 to 30 Celsius are identified as suitable candidates, ideally around 28 Celsius, as they can absorb excess body heat during melting while maintaining skin temperature within a tolerable range. Using engineered PCM is most reliable and efficient option for wearable cooling applications. Manufacturers such as Rubitherm and PureTemp provide range of such PCMs optimized for different temperature ranges and design requirements. For heat transfer between user and the PCM TEC system, a coolant circulation system should be integrated. This can be either a liquid coolant or you can circulate air. It will be discussed further in upcoming experiments. The active cooling component, or the thermoelectric module. Here, again, the problem is coefficient of performance of a small-scale TEC varies with the temperature differential, and heat dissipation quality. Under favorable conditions, it is around 0.5 to 0.7. A compressor-based cooling system has a much higher COP of 2.5 to 4. So comparatively, it is much more efficient, but as this is more compact and has no moving parts, this makes more suitable for wearable device. Moving to the limitation, this approach reduces operational energy use, the capabilities of the system. It reduces operational energy use, carbon emission, and dependence on conventional air conditioning system, which is harmful to the environment. Also, this hybrid, then the limitations, this hybrid system introduces several technical challenges that must be addressed through further research and experimentation. The need for pre-charging to achieve better efficiency, the low coefficient of performance of thermoelectric coolers, and low thermal conductivity of PCM are some of the major challenges of the system. So the future work will focus on material selection, heat transfer optimization, and prototype testing to assess real-world feasibility. Then the potential energy saving and environmental impact of using this system in place of air conditioning will be assessed, and will be analyzed which system, how to improve and make this real life functioning product. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So now we would like to invite all our speakers to the stage to have a quick conversation about their research and open Q&A session. And speakers, please join the stage. Okay, so if anyone in the audience have any questions for our speakers, now it's time to ask.
So this is about the cooling waste. So if we are targeting an audience like, let's say, the people who are using bikes, the motorbike riders, so there are some practical limitations when we are implementing it in real life. So for an example, it'll add more weight on the bike, and also the maintenance cost would be somewhat high because we have to maintain it regularly. And also, if we are going for a very long ride, then it would have to be powered consistently. So what are your approaches to these practical problems? That's my question.
question. The system, the idea of choosing a contest, the urban motorbike riders, is to make it really targeted to a certain group of people. So here I chose this particular group. Also, I should mention that I have not really gone to the context very dive deeply into this context, but choosing this context is about making it really targeted at this particular context. So I chose urban motorbike riders with a very schedule, like a very common schedule, like going to work in a motorbike and coming back. So I was not thinking about a long travel, like traveling a long distance or a long distance trips. It would be great if I can develop this into a system which everyone can use. But then again, those, like, it will be really hard to maintain. You'll have to charge, and the power consumption will be really high. So I'm just, for now, targeting urban bike riders who are commuting to work and having a very scheduled timetable. In the like ride in the morning and ride in the evening. I hope that answers your question.
This is about animation movies. In Sri Lanka, many people still think animation is only for kids. I think it's cultural mindset issue. So what can we do to change this idea?
Yeah. Sure. Thank you for that question. So cultural traits is based on the way we live, right? So who is living in this culture is you and me. And if you want to change a system, the first things to change is ourselves. So as an audience, every single one of us has to encourage ourselves to motivate this kind of to come out more and to watch these things in theater. And the biggest thing in Sri Lanka for these kind of contents is the financial producing. And if you go theaters right now, there's Mortar in the Going, Are You Going? All our Sri Lanka live action movies produced and funded by Sri Lankans, right? It's very rare to see an animation movie coming in this format. That's because it's the belief of producers and the distributors that if they make a revenue out of it, if they make a content out of it, it's very hard to get the revenue. So if the culture, that's us, is ready to change and show the corporate people that these kind of contents to earn money, and it's more than the experience of just watching movies, it's also encourageable, and other next set of generations also will be in good standard. So the real answer for this is we should change in the beginning to be changed for the future. Yeah.
Why you were using that kind of approach rather than a polyphonic approach?
So starting with the first one, which is the creativity test. So we utilized two tests, the divergent association and the convergent association. Now, if you see, I mean, it's all verbal. So there is a knack of the subjectivity, but at the same time, the background algorithm is running and giving us some scores. So we can call it more of a mixed method study rather than just one. Like I suggested in our limitations, and going forward we can test it using much more other dimensions of creativity. So for example, cognitive functions are basically mapped using EEG. We have 8 cap and 16 cap nodes through which we can actually make more definitive results about it. So I believe that answers a bit to the question. Also coming on to the previous question, so in India there is a very famous movie by two actors, Nasruddin Shah and Arshad Warsi, and there's a very famous song. It says, "Dil to bachcha hai ji, thoda kaccha hai ji," which basically translates to that the heart is still like a kid and it's raw in itself. So I think that is one of the ways these movies have the power of bringing back the kid inside us. And I think that is one way we can, like the question was asked that, how do we change that mindset that the animation movies are for the kid? I think movies have important role to play in terms of, changing that mindset. If you want to add. Thank you.
Okay, good evening everyone. So, Shashi, this is for you. I'm also a fellow animator who's like try to do like 2D animations, and I'm like also like, and social media we have like a close circle sort of. So my question is kind of out of your topic. This is more about like local animations, and especially in Sri Lanka, we have seen like how Indian animations like playing in our like in Sri Lanka, it's like really cool. At the same time, what can we do? Like we have like our own history, like we have the Tugamunu, we have like Yodu and all this stuff. There are like new animations also coming from Sri Lanka. More apart from that, what can we do as like local artists? Can we do a Sri Lankan produced animation series? Going further from short movies, can we do like a Hamas scale one? Like recently, India now they are producing a new movie, animation one, which is like a combination of Sony's Spider-Verse into Bahubali. Have you seen like a recent one? So it's like a really good thing because like India is also doing that. So there's a potential that we can also do something like that. And like, do you have any take on like 2D animation? What can we do incorporating our culture into 2D animations? And individual artists try to do things by themselves. Like, is there any platform that we can all get together and work? And yeah.
Thank you. That's a wonderful question. I mean, to answer that simply, I would say movies are not made by one person. It's a group, right? When we say group, it's not 10 to 15, it's hundreds to thousands, right? Especially he mentioned Bahubali. Bahubali was made was S.S. Rajamouli. He had a huge bunch of filmmakers in India and a huge design team, a huge set of interior designers, a huge set of fashion designers. So even though the industry is self-animation, we need multiple disciplines coming forward to help each other to bring out something like Bahubali. So simply, if we can make a collective moment where all the disciplines can combine together in producing one content which upholds Sri Lankan culture in a content. Because for industry, we have only one Sri Lankan movie out there. I hope you all know what is it. It's Gajaman, right? Which talks about Lucky having a heartbreak in his life. That has nothing to do with the Sri Lankan culture. But when you decide to show a Sri Lankan culture through an animation movies, then comes the answer for this actual question. Because nobody has tried so far. We have seen Sri Lankan culture in animation in short snippets format or less than that. But a feature is still a question. So the future is in our hands as designers, artists to come forward collaboratively and create contents to make other Western side to look at our art styles, our roots and get inspired. So we also will be a talk of a town one day like he mentioned. Thank you.
So my question is also for you. Can I? Thank you very much for your presentation as well. You are a storyteller yourself indeed. Well, my question, I have actually two questions. First one is about what happens when we counter argue with your topic. Like, what do you think, like this is very open-ended, little bit beyond your research as well. What happens when it comes to children when they are watching movies intended for adults? Like we are having also a similar kind of assumption that they would definitely only perceive the colors, textures, images and the funny stuff. If they can enjoy some like Love and Robots as well. Do you have any insights towards that as well? That's my first question actually. The second one is, so when a child watch a movie, Yeah, so you can answer the first question first. Sir.
Yes, so consumption of entertainment is very personal to each another. Back in my home, I really don't want my kids to watch TV. I want them to take books and start watching or studying or playing with those kind of books, right? Because right now, same thing is converted into YouTube called Cocomelon. I don't know how many people heard this before. The kids are learning these kind of things in YouTube called Cocomelon, but the problem is, it turned out to be an escapism for parents, so they can just play it up and play safe with the kids. But when they actually get into these kind of content, like he mentioned, like Love, Death and Robots, which is very too harsh for kids to take in, I think it's too early for them to consume that kind of content in first place. But they are not too matured enough to understand the underlying concept that animation conveys to. For example, I mentioned Chicken Run. And
is it like proven, or what do you think about it? Aren't we making assumptions again that they are not matured enough? Have you had any study on that as well? Have you found any literature regarding that as well in your scientific study? Only if you found out something. Yes. I'm just curious to know.
One thing I'd like to mention is a book I came across when doing the literature review called M. Keith Booker, which has the hidden meanings of Pixar movies, right? So every damn Pixar movies we see has an underlying hidden layer that's hidden that kids don't want to see it. It's out there. When you read it and understand, then comes the answer. For example, the Chicken Run example, I took it out. It's about Nazi camps and the prisoners who try to escape from it. And there are several examples like that. For example, another example I would like to quote is Inside Out. It's about the mental disorder one girl was going throughout the movie. But it's shown through.
I'm also indirectly talking about the Inside Out as well. You got it. Yes, thanks.
But it's shown in a very vivid manner that kids would love watching at those emotions playing around throughout. But an underlying layer, there's a bigger emotions carried through this content. So that is the answer for this kind of thing.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. The other question is, I'll go quickly. The other one is, so you mentioned that we are having a strong assumptions that it is true anyway. Even my parents does that when I'm watching kids movies. Like those movies are for kids, right? So in your study, when it comes to the scientific part of your research, what is the strongest point that you see as that we as a design community can challenge that assumption? Do you have insights regarding that as well, as someone who has gone through the study of the animation regarding your topic?
Yeah. The reason we back-to-back go to watch this kind of content is mainly the factor it's feeling home. We say, right, there's house and home is filled with people and emotions and everything. So it might be your personal preference and my personal preference, but when one watch an animation content or these kind of contents, and if it feels very true to himself, and when he feels home, that is the emotional factor and the retention factor that he keeps on going again and again to watch this type of content. From watching to back in home, to your comfort zone, to getting you lift up and walk all the way to theaters. So only if you felt home in a content, that makes you go to again and again. So that is the main emotional factor I would like to say. Thank you.
Okay, with that question, there are more questions, even I have more questions, but with the time constraints, I have to cut the session, and we invite everyone to network and ask the questions. That is the whole purpose of doing these conferences. So with that, we'd like to conclude our first session and to invite the second session on society and culture. And thank you very much all the speakers, and I will reach to you and ask more questions and to clarify a few things. Thank you very much. And my co-chair, Kalani, thank you very much for all the coordination.
Thanks, Dilina, for a fantastic session. We're going to straight away jump into the next session. This particular session, session 2 here at IDR 2025, is on society and culture. I am Chaturangi, the session chair for this session. And I have my co-chair at the back, Ravinda Subasinghe. who will be helping me throughout the session. So to put it simply, this session will talk about how people live, talking to people, seeing what they value, and looking deeper into how their everyday experiences really shape the way they live in their communities. And this theme focuses on research that's being done on stories, being done on their behaviors, different traditions, the struggles that people and communities have. And when you really look at design and communities and societies from this particular lens, design actually becomes a way of understanding real life that is around us in our communities. So I think today our researchers in our session will talk about how design actually responds to people's needs, and we have really interesting research that talks about different communities, coffee, there's tea, there's Japanese culture that we're going to talk about. So we'll get right into it. I'm going to invite our first speaker for this particular session. And the research is titled Echoes of Ochaya, Transmedia Storytelling as Cross-Cultural Design for Reframing Geisha Perceptions by Indrunapitiya, IKVM, and Semasingha, SMIDB. So I'm going to invite Vidasha to take over.
Check. Okay. Hi everyone. So, when you walk through the narrow alleys of Gion, Kyoto, which is the geisha district, which I'm going to talk about, at dusk, okay? So you can almost feel the time is slowing down. Why? I will explain you later. And then the air is filled with the incense, and then you can hear the sound of geta on the cobblestones. What is geta? It is the wooden slipper which is Japanese women using, right? And then also you can hear the faint laughter behind the sliding doors on Japanese tea houses. So for many of us outside in Japan, for me, for you, for everyone outside in Japan, the image of the geisha, this person, begins and ends there. An image, a silhouette of beauty, and then a mystery. Yet globally, that understanding has been lost, filtered through the Orientalist portrayals and also the post-war media fantasies. This contrast between the global fascination and the cultural misunderstanding formed the starting point of my research. Hi again, I am Vidasha Indrunapitiya from Integrated Design, University of Moratuwa, proudly presenting here. So, the question I asked myself was, how can transmedia storytelling serve as a design framework to ethically reinterpret the geisha culture and then foster the cross-cultural empathy? So, to explore that, I turned into Henry Jenkins' transmedia storyteller method, which this proposes the stories should not be trapped in a one medium. So the stories, instead, they should flow in different platforms, in different audiences, in different countries, different cities, like among us, different audiences. So these, where each fragment, like every fragment is telling a different part of the whole story, right? So I realized that the geisha culture, which is I'm talking about, I'm doing research about, is already transmedia in its essence. But how? What is a transmedia in the geisha culture? It moves through the dance, it moves through the sound, the music, even the gestures. Like even they do a turn, they have a meaning, it have a meaning. And then even the silence. The silence also have a meaning. So it is a transmedia in its essence, right? So, inspired by Jenkins' ideas of spreadability, reliability, world building, and the performance, I designed an ecosystem where audiences could experience the culture, not just consume it. And this ecosystem came to life at the Gion Kagai Art Museum, which is the very first geisha museum in Japan, in Kyoto, Gion district. So this museum became the narrative world where every story, every interaction, and every visitor found a different path of understanding beauty. So this project was built on design ethnographic approach, combining field observation, interviews, and also iterative prototyping. So in Kyoto, I observed the life inside the Ochaya, which means the place where the geisha, the person I'm talking, who lives in. And then I went to the inside of the traditional tea houses. And then I watched this transformation to become a geisha from 15 years old little girl to 20, 25-year matured geisha. It's not that easy. Can you survive in world, like I will ask you, the young ones, can you survive in this world without using a phone, without using a mobile phone? Yes? Who said, like, are there anyone saying yes? We actually, no, right? No, we can't. How can we? Even for like everything, we want a mobile phone. But these, the geishas, they can't use mobile phones on their transformation period for 5 years. They even can't go to their homes to see their relatives. They only can go to like once a month. It's that much sacrifice. The transformation is really big. So I saw that transformation in the Gion district. And then I spoke with the geisha, the practitioners, the little girls, and also the Kyoto residents, and also the international visitors, 162 participants in total. So through the interviews and observations, I gathered the perspective on how people perceive geisha culture and how notions of beauty are understood and performed. So every smile, every silence, and every bow carried a meaning. This analysis revealed 3 core dimensions. First one is the geisha psyche. This is where beauty is a disciplined practice built through years of training, years of sacrifice, the silence, and the social grace. And the second one is the customer psychology, which is very important. This is where patrons seek not an entertainment, but an experience of refinement, nostalgia, and also the emotional companionship. And then the third one, cultural rituals. So cultural rituals is where the tea, music, and then the storytelling create a form of cultural theater balancing the intimacy and the performance. From these layers, Echoes of Ochaya took shape through 3 transmedia entry points, which I'm going to talk about. Beauty as transformation. So this is an immersive installation that allows visitors to walk through the light, the shadow, the sound, and then the feeling, the transformation of an geisha, an experience rather than an entertainment. And then this is the card pack of Echoes of Ochaya, which is a participatory card game where players embody the roles within the geisha house. They can learn about the transformation. They can learn about the districts. And what is beauty platform? What is beauty for you and what is beauty for me is different. If I ask you in the audience, like, what is beauty for you, it will be different rather than this girl. So this platform that collects voices from around the world, inviting people to share what beauty means to them in their own cultural language, in their own perspective. So across these mediums, the same philosophy unfolds differently, each time revealing another layer of a story. So through 5 rounds of playtesting in Kyoto and then also in Sri Lanka, I witnessed the subtle but very powerful shifts. People stopped describing geisha as just an entertainer or performer, and they began to call a storyteller, an artist, or a keeper of emotion. So this change in vocabulary, when I'm doing this iterative playtesting, that was the moment of empathy. That became the project's real success. So from this process emerged a design framework, a kind of cultural storytelling toolkit. It emphasizes the cultural authenticity, also the layered storytelling and participatory engagement as foundations for the ethical design. And also this encourages the iterative refinement, also the using audience feedback as dialogue and prioritizes the cross-cultural sensitivity, designing as empathy, not exorcism. To conclude, the Echoes of Ochaya, which repositions geisha culture as a living system of aesthetics, discipline, and transformation, rather than an exotic image, future research can extend this approach to the other cultural traditions at risk of misinterpretation, testing how transmedia can create empathy through the shared experiences. So ultimately, this project is not just about preserving culture, but about reawakening the dialogue between the cultures. So, and in that dialogue, design becomes a quiet, powerful act of diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You took us through that story so powerfully, and I mean, we were able to go to Japan and back to Sri Lanka, and we loved how you kind of reframed the perceptions and then linked it back to culture, and of course also talked about how we can do future research in the area related to culture. We'll talk more later on, but we are going to jump into the next presentation. Next up, we have the presentation on exploring the impact of user-centered design on quality enhancement in coffee processing in Sri Lanka, authored by Konara D. and Jayasinghe S. So may I invite Konara D. to present your work.
So, good morning all. How can user-centered design enhance the quality of coffee processing in Sri Lanka? Let's explore. So, hi, I'm Didari Punsara from Department of Integrated Design, University of Moratuwa. Coffee was first introduced to Sri Lanka in 18th century. Since then, it has grown to become one of country's major exports. Today, 80% of This production is carried out by small-scale farmers. Mostly, these small-scale farmers use manual methodologies for the post-processing of the harvest. Because of this extensive and labor-intensive process, there is a high chance of imperfections. This results in a quality drop of final outcome. So, in order to find how to overcome this challenge, I studied a method other plantation industries have used in similar situations. User-centered design approach. In further studies, I realized that this method has only rarely been utilized in coffee industry, which might have been the reason for the existing issues. So this brought me to my research aim, enhancing the bean quality by empowering the hand behind. So let's move to the methodology I utilized to achieve this aim. I conducted field observation and semi-structured interviews as my data collection method with 10 small-scale farmers at Maskelia and Walapane of Sri Lanka. Thereafter, I utilized thematic coding and user-centered design mapping to analyze the resulted data set. So when it comes to the selecting context, my context selection was based on concentration of small-scale farmers and the processing method. As a result, I studied the two processing methods, wet and dry, at Walapane and Maskelia accordingly. So I realized that these processing methods each have unique challenges. When it comes to the wet processing, high labor intensity, repetitive manual work, outdated tools were identified. And when it comes to the dry processing had challenge of low quality output, exposure to intense sunlight, weather risk, and limited technology support. So this is a quick snapshot of challenges we just discussed. Though the quality of output in wet processing is high, it needs higher labor, involve higher physical strain, while also having higher technological backdoors. It also results a lot of ergonomic issues in workers such as back pain, shoulder strain, due to the higher repetitive motions in comparison to the dry processing. So now, how can we apply user-centered design principle to overcome these issues? Let's discuss it in 3 avenues. First one is usability. We can simplify the complicated repetitive movements currently utilized. And in coming to the accessibility, it is important to design for different body types that result in different strength level. And of course, if we can involve with the farmers in the design loop as much as possible, it can support in improving user experience. And in this context, ergonomic power could be potential solution. At the end of the day, user-centered design can reduce physical strain involved in and improve the quality of final coffee output. More importantly, it can encourage sustainable and inclusive innovations in the sector while ultimately supporting a revival in Sri Lanka's, especially coffee industry. So, user-centered design is design that listens. Thank you.
Thank you, Diduli. I mean, being an avid coffee lover myself, I loved your presentation. Gives me a kick as well, you know, at this time just before lunch. I liked how you talked about quality versus the physical strain as well. We'll get into more details in just a little bit, but the next presentation is by Kosala Bandara MV RKW and Pereira W. PSG are the authors, and their presentation and their research is titled Human-Centered Tool Design for Domestic Cashew Cutting, a case study from North Central and Northwestern provinces, Sri Lanka. And I'm sure it's going to be a very interesting one indeed. Kosala, it's over to you.
Good morning, all of you. I am Kosala Vasantha, undergraduate of in Department of Integrated Design. So I think you all love to eat cashew, but have you ever cut cashew in your own hand? So I start my presentation. Cashew nuts are not just a fruit. It is social and cultural symbols in the traditional environment. It have unique taste, and most of people love cashew nuts taste. With cashew, they have memories, background stories, and desire to pass them on their child. Cashews are an unforgettable ingredient in the Sinhalese New Year Hatmalua curry and Tamils Muruthan Bath. Cashews curry are traditional foods that have served to the present day as cultural and social status symbol. Most of housewives engage with domestic cashew preparation, so I explore their journey in the real context. My selected context was rural areas of North Central and Northwestern province in Sri Lanka. Although cashew plantation can be found all over Sri Lanka, this region is characterized by a cashew industry associated with traditional agriculture and homesteading. The participants of housewife in kitchen-related activities developing using traditional methods, and most importantly, they diversity create through the use of the culture and tradition method of different regions. As region is the Mahavali resettlement zone led to the selection of some context. This video helps you understand domestic cashew preparation in the related context. They are traditional practice of today also, but they have a lot of challenges. The skin on the hand is particularly damaged by the cashew acid from cashew nut for about a week after processing. There are also ergonomic challenges as existing tools is not designed for cashew cutting, and the time and effort involved are too high. Safety, comfort, efficiency, and culture were understood to be main factors seen in the local domestic cashew processing. I start my research, human-centered design approach. What is the human-centered design? Environment, community, and economy is the main factors of that. The human is in centered. So I explored that center point. I start my community with 34 housewives classified under various subgroups. I observe that they do have what they do and how they do it, what their tools and techniques. I also got their real experience of engaging with their processing. I collect their experience, stories, memories through interview that I do sample, card activity, and questionnaires. From the information obtained from them, the empathy map method was more successful for breaking down their process in the step and studying their feeling at each stage. Through it, I was able to identify two of their most stressful movements, the movements of cutting cashew and removing the kernels from peels, and the damage that would occur about the week later. I create empathy map for all 34 housewife analysis data that I found from community. I analyze that what they say and what they do, what they think and what they feel. After the all analysis through human-centered design approach, I found key point for enhanced cashew processing experience, productiveness, overcome difficulty, learning experience, culture base, and ergonomics. After I start brainstorming, I sketching lots of mechanism and cutting preparation with blade, tray with placing cashew nut, and hand comfort their familiar actions and their techniques. Then I start prototyping using different material. I got inspiration from agar nut cutter because that tool is very familiar with my context. Then I develop prototype with user testing, observe with user how they use it, how they feel their new experience, and what are the sizes and ergonomics. I develop tool with real context with my real user. First, I focus functionality and user familiar inspiration. Then I develop it with combined modern aesthetic and try to match modern needs with traditional inspiration. I focus from the form follow function theory with aesthetic look. Finally, I was able to enhance cashew processing experience through my experiment research. I was able to get positive result of user posture, cashew acid effect, physical damage and difficulty, loading experience, time. And other special one is other tasks can be carried out simultaneously while performing these tasks. Finally, I was able to enhance their painful experience through the exploration of solution in my research observations. By finding solution to the cashew cutting action, I was able to bring the loading experience by the user after the week to the end. Consideration and recommendation for the future developments. Enhance the user friendliness and begin with traditional inspiration and modern needs, collaborate with local communities, conduct ergonomic studies, scale for the cottage industries. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. A lot of work has gone into it. Thank you so much indeed. Our next presentation is on tea. So we had coffee, cashew, and now tea. And this research is titled Material Culture of Tea, a Visual Analysis of Post-Colonial Sri Lankan Equipage, Vikramasinghe N. and Jayasinghe S. And I invite Nilasi to do your presentation.
Hi again. So this is quite different from the previous research. It focuses more on social and cultural side. So what the research is about, discovering or exploring Sri Lankan tea culture through tea equipage in the post-colonial Sri Lanka. So tea in Sri Lanka has evolved from colonial export commodity into an integral part of local culture, becoming the second most consumed beverage after water. Its appeal transcends social and cultural boundaries, with an estimated daily consumption exceeding 2 billion cups worldwide. Ceylon tea is described worldwide for its high quality, and the island has been the key player in tea trade for over 150 years. So the central question guiding this study is, how have Sri Lankans transformed colonial tea culture into forms that align with their unique culture into forms that align with their unique cultural usage and customs, with a particular focus on design aspects of tea equipage. The study aims to explore the transformation from British to Sri Lankan, then the varying roles tea played in different social settings, and then analyze the design elements of tea equipage. The origins of tea can be traced back to ancient China, where it began as a medicinal and ceremonial drink before gradually evolving into a popular social beverage. From China, tea spread across East and Central Asia, eventually captivating European interest. Then, as part of their colonial expansion, the British cultivated tea on a large scale in colonies worldwide, including Sri Lanka. Talking about Chinese tea culture, they deeply respected and rely on nature, which has developed into the important concept of harmony between man and nature in both traditional Chinese thought and tea culture. Their culture, both culture and tea culture, emphasize on purity and tranquility. Influenced by Chinese tea drinking practices, the British gradually adopted and customized these traditions, merging with European taste and practices. The evolution of British tea culture was shaped by aesthetic values, dining customs, social conventions, and practical needs of daily life. It is more lively and social event. It is a more lively and social event. The tea is served more as to accompany food or in social gatherings. Moving on to Sri Lanka, local consumption accounts less than 10% of Sri Lanka's total tea production, with low-grade tea dominating the domestic market. Nevertheless, in Sri Lanka, tea has remained the most popular beverage. Then, moving on to the methodology. It initially started with open discussions, then and observations. Open discussions were carried under two categories: tea industry experts and senior citizens who have witnessed this post-colonial transformation. Observations were initially started with museums. There are 3 museums where you can find tea equipage. But none of these museums have any context or information about the equipment they have. So moving on to the secondary stage where the visual analysis happens. The visuals were gathered from two sources, primary sources and secondary sources. The primary sources were museums and photo archives. Again, museum equipment cannot be used for, as they don't have any information on them, but you can get an idea of the material, the aesthetics, the proportions of the equipment. Then archival photos from National Archives Sri Lanka. They have a huge collection of photos from this post-colonial period. Then newspapers and magazines published during this post-colonial era. Also, films were used for some context as there were no available images. To get a rough idea about what tea culture is like during this period, tea drinking in Sri Lanka is initially embraced by the aristocracy of the country. It was like tea drinking differ from country to country. It also varies within the same culture depending on occasion and setting. Like many colonial practices, it was first introduced to the aristocracy of the country and then gradually transmitted down the social strata. As it spread, certain elements were removed while new ones were added, creating a unique local adaptation. So then, shortly after independence in 1948, there was a period where the economy was closed. During this time, milk made or condensed milk and malt-like additives were used to make milk tea, or people started drinking tea without any sugar, very plain unsweetened black tea known as kahata among locals, sometimes with ginger. This is the symbol of Sri Lanka, the most common beverage, I think. Then the visual analysis process, the images were enhanced, then the equipage was identified, sketched and 3D modeled to make it understand better, understand the materials, proportions, the design aspects of the products. Then this equipage was categorized into the visual media was categorized into 5 contexts where tea was consumed. Firstly, you have places of importance like political meetings, ambassadorial gatherings, and high-profile events where tea is served in a full tea set, including teapots, cups and saucers, creamers, and even sugar balls. Then Ceylon tea promotional events, which was huge back in the day. It was based on Australia and even Britain. There also the setting was quite similar. They served in teapots, jugs, also cups and saucers. Then the working class or the laborers, this community has a strong contrast compared to the aristocracy. Low-cost equipment made from locally available materials such as steel, copper, and glass were prevalent. As you can see, the boilers, the low-cost materials like glass were used. Then the residential settings, again, the very high-income, sophisticated families used to drink tea with the entire tea set. And while the others just use some maybe metal jugs and cups or even glasses. There's a strong contrast even in the quality of ceramic products. And the local cafes and restaurants, the equipment was not very, there are no many images of this context to talk much about this context. Then moving on to the design elements. Design elements of these identified items, including materials, ergonomics, and aesthetics, were analyzed. A detailed breakdown can be found in my previous research. I'll just go through like the basic design elements. So traditional heating devices such as copper and steel boilers reflect early adaptations influenced by Russian Samoa, featuring a central cold chamber and a bottom tap. In domestic settings, kettles were used. Kettles, the overall design of the it has remained largely unchanged since ancient Chinese times, emphasizing the timeless efficiency of its form. By the late 1970s, electric kettles were seen in newspaper advertisements and must be quite common in Sri Lankan context, with the Industrial Revolution coming to Sri Lanka. Then 4 large servings tea dispensers were used, like made out of steel or even copper. Storage containers and canisters varied in material and purpose, ranging from glass and ceramic to plastic, some even with the brandings of tea leaves. The serving equipage, again, as I mentioned previous, there's like the tea sets were used in allied sophisticated environments, where which is not very common in day-to-day life, day-to-day common lives. This showcased refinement and elegance in sophisticated settings, with many fancy accessories such as spoons, sugar tongs, and mixing utensils. The ceramics were very smooth, thin, and slender. Has a very minimal, stylish, very minimal gold border or a floral border, whereas in casual, simpler settings, the ceramic cups were much thicker and has a single floral motif in the middle, and seems to be very worn out and used very much in most images. So this is one of the common glasses that was used to drink tea, known as Asoka glasses. They were commonly used to serve tea in trains and even market areas due to its low cost and availability. They were placed in such a cup holder and served in trains. I think those things come from Indian culture. So yeah, the study concludes that the transformation, how the British tea culture transformed to Sri Lanka and how we adopted it and transformed it to match our own culture, own Sri Lankan culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nilas. A really interesting study area indeed. And for the final presentation of this session, we're going to move into a slightly different topic, nevertheless highly relevant to our theme of society and culture. This research is titled Design Ethnography of Parental Disengagement in Low-Income Urban Sri Lanka, a participatory study in Siribapura, Manikepura, by Prasadi YGR and Vasala K. Can I invite Geetma to come for your presentation?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Geetma Prasadi from the University of Moratuwa. This project asks a simple question with real impact. When space and money are tight, how do families stay connected? We here in Siribapura Manikepura used participatory design to listen, learn, and co-create small practical ways for parents and children to reconnect. So today I'll be presenting my research on design ethnography of parental disengagement in low-income urban Sri Lanka, a participatory study in Siribara Manikipura. This study explores how economic, spatial and social pressures affect parent-child relationships in a low-income urban community and how participatory design can help rebuild those connections. So this study was carried out under the supervision of Dr. Kamal Wasala. Let's get some knowledge about the background context. Siribara Manikipura sits right next to the University of Moratuwa. It's literally a neighboring settlement, yet daily life looks very different from here. There are about 200 plus families on plots often under 5 perches, many shared in overcrowded homes and with no safe play spaces, so children end up on the street. Alongside these spatial issues, there are major social challenges such as poverty, unemployment, drug use, and school dropouts. Together, these conditions have created an environment where parental engagement with their children is minimal and children's development is at risk. Through our initial observations, we identified 3 interconnected problems. Their lack of meaningful parent-child engagement, economic and spatial stressors that strain family life, risk behaviors in children influenced by neglect and social exposure. These factors together shape a cycle of disengagement within families. Our aim was to identify the major factors leading to parental disengagement and explore community-centered ways to strengthen parent-child relationships. In here, we addressed 2 key research questions. They are, what are the main factors contributing to parental disengagement, and what opportunities exist for culturally rooted or community-driven interventions. This study is grounded in constructivist theory, which emphasizes the knowledge and behavior are built through lived experiences and social interactions. In this research, this was applied through a participatory design approach, where parents and children were not just participants, but they were co-creators of knowledge and potential solutions. Also, this allowed the research to move beyond observation and become a collaborative learning process. We followed a qualitative participatory design research approach. The number of participants was 32 individuals from 14 households in the area, which was selected to represent diverse family structures. So data was gathered through semi-structured interviews, direct observations, and participatory workshops. These methods helped us capture both everyday behaviors and underlying emotional dynamics within the families. Thematic analysis was used in the data analysis process. We coded interviews, workshop artifacts, and field notes, grouped patterns, and refined them to what you will see as our 3 main themes. We began with open coding, line by line, then grouped related codes through axial coding, and finally refined them into core themes through selective coding. To ensure trustworthiness, we triangulated across methods, did informal member check-in during workshops, and kept reflexive memos to surface our assumptions. We ran 2 participatory workshops which were about 1 to 3 hours each with the participants. Our core activities were community mapping and story sharing circles. These activities let parents and children act as co-creators consistent with our constructivist participatory design framework. In the community mapping, residents co-created visual maps of the settlement, marking homes, paths, play areas, landmarks, and problem spots like congested alleys. This surfaced overcrowding and the absence of safe play space immediately. So this made it easier for the participants and for us to identify the context well. In the next activity, which was story sharing circles, parents and children joined guided group conversations, sharing everyday experiences and feelings. This created a supportive space for them to discuss their daily routines, boundaries, and moments that help or hurt connection, and it made us easier to get an idea about their daily lifestyle as well. These photos show co-creation in action in the workshops. 3 themes stood out among the themes: spatial and economic constraints, patterns of disengagement, and community and cultural opportunities. So what does this mean? In Siribara Manikipura, overcrowding and financial strain leave little room physically and emotionally for connection. But when we invite families to co-design, practical ideas surface: a shared corner for play, a weekly story circle, small rituals that rebuild attention and trust. We advocate for empathy-driven, context-specific interventions linking design, education and policy, and for testing and scaling what works across similar communities. Finally, I want to thank the Siribara Manikipura community, the University of Moratuwa, and Dr. Kamal Vasala. I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaitma. Highly impactful research, I would say. Can I invite all the speakers to please join me on stage? We'll take a few questions. I think we're going to have to limit the questions to 3 questions only for the session, since we're running out of time. If you can come and have a seat on stage. So just to refresh your memory, we started off with Vidasha with her presentation on Echoes of Ochaya, where she took us on a transmedia storytelling across cultural and reframing the geisha perceptions. Next, we heard Diduli's presentation on the quality enhancement in coffee processing in Sri Lanka. Then we had Kosala talking about human-centered tool design for domestic cashew cutting. And next we had Nilasi's presentation, which focused on the material culture of tea from a colonial perspective and how it has been adapted to Sri Lankan culture. And finally, we just heard Gaitma's presentation on the parental disengagement in low-income urban Sri Lankan communities. So can I invite the audience to raise any questions you have? Yes, please.
Yeah. My question is primarily for the presenters on cashew and coffee. I mean, others can also join in if they want. Now, we have already heard about a lot about the user-centered and human-centered design approach, but there is a section of environmentalists who say that we need to think beyond humans. It needs to be more planet-centered approach. So they have this thought that we need to move beyond egoism to ecosystems, and we have to think the bigger perspective, not constrained on user personas and empathy. It's not a question. I would like to know your thoughts about it. How can we integrate that kind of thinking in our design approach, and would your outcomes change if you followed that particular line of thought? Thank you.
Diduli, you want to start? Yeah. So the question is both for the cashew and the coffee. So if you want to answer, either of you.
Anybody on the speakers or this side can also share their thoughts around it.
Do you want to clarify anything on the question? Would you mind just repeating a concise gist of it for her? I think, yeah.
Sure. So in the field of design, we have heard a lot about human-centered approach, user-centered approach. But then there is also a different thought process which says that we need to think beyond humans. It needs to be planet-centered approach. Okay, we need to think about the planet first and then the humans, because humans anyways are a part of the planet. In fact, I think tomorrow there is a presentation on elephants as well. So it's going on in that line of thought that how if elephants were to order food. So having said that, I mean, if you feel that this approach has to be followed, would your outcomes or your approach of working around planet-centered would have changed the outcomes of your study, or how can you integrate that approach in your design process?
If you were to change your process from a human-centered to, yeah?
Actually, the process is this process is mainly being human-centered because
yeah. Kosala, do you want to add from your perspective, from your presentation?
Yes, I using human-centered design approach for my research. The community, environment, and the human is in the center. So I start that point for my research. Get real data for in my context, and for how I explore my design, and what are their fields, and what they are they are doing in real context. So I start research with human-centered design. After that, I analysis data with interview, engage, and observation. Those are the main factors in the human-centered design approach. After I use analysis for empathy mapping, and use journey mapping for analysis the data after my research.
Okay, thank you.
Does that clarify your question? Is that okay? All right. Do we have any other questions for any of the speakers? Yeah, Ramesh.
So my question goes to Diduli. What were the limitations or challenges you faced during your research?
Actually, the main limit was challenging because of small sample size. But because of this is not a statistical generational research, I had overcome it because by selecting 10 farmers from each region.
Any other questions for any of the other speakers?
Hi,
Yeah.
I'm going to add a small comment actually. For the first question, regarding the first question,
Yeah.
also considering the both research on cashew and coffee, actually both research are based on particular design lenses actually. One is user-centered, the other one is human-centered. Actually, the scope in both projects are kind of slightly different. Of course, it's a really valid suggestion you made about being eco-centered. Also, there are other lenses like life-centered, right? So, actually, when it comes to eco-centered and life-centered, the same projects can be expanded considering a new intersection actually. The current research actually explains kind of economy, the human community, and the environment to a certain level, kind of a narrow intersection. Of course, if we can little bit expand to our scope to the environment they live in, considering all the species as well, of course we can little bit expand the study to make it more eco-centered. So actually, since they are kind of academically expected criteria and constraints, they were not expanded into that level, considering the theoretical and the practical consideration as well. So yes, of course, we can accept that both projects can be expanded to those ecocentric as well. Thank you so much for that interesting suggestion.
Thank you for that clarification. He's one of the co-authors of one of the papers. So I think we can take one more question if there is. If you want to clarify anything on any of the other speakers' presentations.
My question goes to Geetma. How did you design the participatory activities, and what was your approach?
So in this research I used participatory design approach, and in there I used two activities for my workshops. One is community mapping and the other one is stories sharing circles. So in the community mapping, as we are though we are here in near that community, but still we are so far from the specific context because we are not living in there. So we need to know their ideas, and we need to know their lifestyles. So for that, community mapping was very important because made a very important role. And also in there I was focusing on the places and the context and the landmarks, the places that children play, and how their homes and houses and their made and the architecture. So if I'm going to solution that is like a physical solution, so I need to know those things. So that's why I use that community mapping one, and then the story sharing circles is to know more about their lifestyles, and because they are the ones who are talking, they are the ones who are sharing their lifestyles, routines and the daily experiences. Sometimes even their children and the parents do not know what the children do and what the parents do. So in there, they also came to know what their parents are doing and what the children are doing when they are not there. And also we as outsiders got to know about what they were, how their lifestyle goes on.
Thank you so much, Geetma. I think to wrap up, I have one small question for Vidasha, if you don't mind, because I found that really interesting. Vidasha, you talked about your project demonstrating, transmedia storytelling as a bridge, between different cultural heritages. How do you see it? Now you talked about the future and, different projects also. How do you see that being applied to, different cultural contexts, even within Sri Lanka and, different intangible heritages within Sri Lanka? Your approach, can it be and how it can be applied to maybe other intangible heritages?
Thank you so much for the question. So I think the essence of the culture is very important when we transforming the feeling into the design. So it's really hard to transform an intangible feeling into design, something we can experience. So when it goes to another culture, in a local culture, so what we have to do is, I think what I have to do is, first we have to grab the essence of the culture which we can literally make to an experience. Just like as example, if I can get the culture of Sri Lankan, I will get an example as the culture of, the tea culture. It's really a big culture in Sri Lanka too. So when we get this tea culture, it's not just about like the performing the tea culture, it's not just the making the tea, it's not just the drinking the tea, but inside that there are so many, like there is essence, there is a philosophy behind the culture. So it's really important to grab the philosophy behind the culture so we can make this philosophy and plus the essence into the design by using the transmedia storytelling, just like I did to my Echoes of the Ochaya. So is it answered the
perfect.
question?
Yeah, thank you. I think overall we saw how intuition, insights, and innovation through creative intelligence, came wrapped up through society and culture in how we design with our communities in our day-to-day life as well. So I want to say a very big thank you to all of our speakers who joined for the session 2 on society and culture. A huge thank you to my co-chair, Ravindu Subasinghe, as well. With that, we are going to wrap up this session. We are going to go in for lunch, 1 hour. So we are coming back by 2:30 sharp to start the next session on vernacular knowledge and practice, which will be chaired by Dr. Sagara Jayasinghe. So hopefully you'll have a quick lunch and be here in your seats by 2:30. See you soon. And the certificates for these sessions will be awarded in the evening session, which will start at 5 p.m. So thank you very much. Have a nice lunch, and we'll be back.
Alakazam fish disappear. Moonlight. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land. Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Hetic sliding systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya, and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient, and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse, and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low-volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear. Moonlight. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hettich Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse, and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low-volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear. Moonlight. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hettich Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey. driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse, and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivery on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aiken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe.
Alakazam fish disappear. Movement.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hetic Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya, and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient, and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse, and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
true colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear. Moonman.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. Spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hettich Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse, and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Akin Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Akin Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear.
Moonlight. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hettich Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low-volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
true colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear. Moonlight.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hetic Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey. driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse, and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aiken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aiken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear. Moonman.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. Spread the magic where I can.
afternoon. I'm Sagar Jayasinghe, your session chair for the next episode of the conference, and also Ms. Tamashi Dias will assist me as the co-chair. So first of all, I would like to today's paper. It seems that the papers will cover the areas of cultural semiotics, vernacular intelligence, interactive storytelling, even the development of script from both Sri Lankan and Indian context. So with this short introduction, I would like to invite our first presenters, Ama Ratnayaka and Chaturangi D. Silva. Their paper titled Negotiating Gender Through Symbols, Cultural Semiotics and Creative Agents in Malaya Tamil Community of Pedro State, I suppose in Pedro State in Nuwara, Sri Lanka. So it's your turn to.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mama Bashini Ratnayaka. I raised in the misty hills of Nuwara. So the smell of the tea leaves and the rhythm of the rain in cold weather and the quiet strength of the people who live there, that was my home. So when I grew older, I began to notice something else, not just the beauty of the landscape, but the invisible meaning woven in every thread, every ornament, every ritual within them. So that curiosity led me to this research to understand how the Malayaga Tamil community of Pedro Estate in Nuwara negotiates gender through symbols and how creativity becomes their quiet form of resistance. So Pedro Estate is located in the heart of Sri Lanka's Central Highlands, one of the oldest tea plantations in Sri Lanka. Its story begins in the colonial era when South Indian laborers were brought to Sri Lanka to work in the tea fields. Today, their descendants still work and live in there, carrying not just the weight of history, but also a deep reservoir of cultural strength. So when you travel through Sri Lanka's Central Highlands, have you ever wondered who are those women who working in the tea fields, plucking tea leaves day by day? They belong to the Malayaga Tamil community who are known as upcountry Tamils and Indian Tamils, descendants of South Indian laborers brought by the British colonial era in 19th century. For generations, they have lived among the hills, shaping the tea we proudly call our own. But behind this hard work, there's also creativity, strength, and the silent resilience, stories that often go unseen within gendered roles and the social hierarchies. That's where my study begins. So my research started with simple but powerful questions that how do everyday symbols quietly shape gender roles, and how are these symbols being reinterpreted by new generations? So I explored these through semiotics, which is the study of symbols and meaning combined with gender theory and design research. And my fieldwork in Pedro Estate involved conversations, observations, and shared experiences with women across generations. So why it is so important, why this matters? Every culture speaks in symbols. Semiotics helps us read them. So as theorists like Saussure, Peirce, and Barthes mentioned, Symbols carry both literal meaning and deeper cultural messages. In Pinterest, adornments, attire, and rituals are more than traditions. They are visual languages encoding social expectations and personal identity. So this code that you can see in the screen, which really guided me throughout this research, as Judith Butler says, gender is not something we are, it's something we do. That idea really stayed with me. In plantation life, gender is performed every day through how they dress, how they wear jewelry, and how they take part in rituals. But what happens when those performances shift? When women given them new meaning or make them their own. And that's where gender becomes not just performed, but redesigned. To choose the symbols for my study, I followed 6 key points, which the symbols that commonly used in the community and the cultural meaningful symbols and different in forms and style and easily recognizable symbols and especially the symbols approved by the community and which are the symbols represented everyone fairly. So from the criteria, I identified 10 recurring symbols, but today I will share 4 that truly stood out in my research: the thali, metti, pulikolam, and attire. Each one tells a story of transformation from tradition to reinterpretation and control to creativity. So the first symbol I'm going to talk to you first today is about thali, which is a gold pendant tied around a woman's neck at marriage. In this community, it stands for fidelity and devotion, making her as a wife and connecting her to her husband's family. But younger women see it differently today. They respect the tradition, but they don't let it define them. Many wear it for its beauty, sometimes even in modern designs. So the thali has changed from a sign of duty to a symbol of self-expression. The second symbol is a toe ring, which defines as metti, represents marital commitment and fertility. But for women who work long hours on steep plantations, wearing it can be uncomfortable or unsafe, so they adopt. Some wear silver anklets instead, while others choose not to wear it at all. This is not rejection, it's practical creativity among them. They are redesigning the symbol to match their real lives. So the third symbol is pulikolam, delicate patterns drawn on the floor with rice flour. Traditionally, they showed purity, order, and feminine. But today, women use different materials and designs, turning kolam into vibrant art form. So the final symbol I want to talk to you about is something close to all of us, attire. But in this community, it means much more. A woman's clothing tells her life story. From the pattu pavade she wears as a girl to pattu sari of adulthood. In the past, these changes were controlled by custom and tradition, but today women in the States are reimagining them. They change the drape, choosing lighter fabrics and mix colors in creative ways. As we conclude with these 4 symbols, what we are witnessing is a semiotic shift. Symbols that once controlled are now being recreated as tools of creativity. It's not revolution, it's redesign. Women are giving new meanings to all symbols, turning signs of limitation into expression of strength. This is creative intelligence in action, the power to reshape meaning within cultural boundaries. So what we looked at these women not just as a part of culture, but as creators of culture. Through small everyday changes, adjusting, reimagining, and mixing things, they show their own kind of creative thinking. So I discovered through my research is very simple but very profound. Traditional symbols regulate culture, but reinterpretation transforms it something much more bigger. When communities redesign meaning, they also reclaim agency that is designed as empowerment. So from here, I see many new directions. such as participatory co-design with communities and policy and social innovation, create culturally sensitive design interventions. And as I come towards end of my presentation today, I want to tell you that design begins when we listen, when we see creativity in the ordinary. The Malega people have shown us something powerful, that creativity is not found in studios or labs, but creativity found in the line houses, courtyards, and the tea fields that we pass every day. It's found wherever people choose to redefine meaning. Thank you very much.
So our next paper title is Designing with Vernacular Intelligence, Embedding Cultural Narratives into the Digital World. The author is Shreya Srinivas from Bangalore, India. So I warmly welcome you for this podium. Thank you.
Hello everyone, thank you for patiently bearing with me. So, good afternoon everyone. I'm Shreya Srinivas. I am a UX design student from RV University, Bangalore. And here I am presenting my paper, Designing with Vernacular Intelligence, Embedding Cultural Narratives into the Digital World. So a quick introduction about me. I aspire to create a lot of experiences for users across diverse audiences. I am empathy driven, and moreover, I am also very culturally deep rooted from where I come from, which is India. Take a look at this comic, and how often do you guys come across this? Ironically speaking, as people, as audiences of diverse communities and experiences, we tend to look for those hidden nuances in our experiences and what we want to engage in our daily life. As the digital world is growing, as the tech is expanding, usually the standardized aesthetics of what we experience day to day is glorified so much that sometimes those little nuances that what we expect and what we're looking for, which is also there in our culture, is something that gets missed. Hence the comic which says, the person can justify that, we've got the best coffee, but the person ordered tea. So what would you do about that? Take a look at this map. So it is an article by Jeff, and he's written about the different writing systems of the world. And even if you take a close look over here, you realize the number of dialects and the diversity of dialects as you move from the west to the east, it gets so much more complex, it gets so much more deep-rooted. And yet the digital ecosystem that we all live in is quite standardized to the modern, minimalistic way of communicating. The cultural aspect of where we are from and how we engage ourselves in the digital world is sort of lost. So that's where I kind of question the challenge of global design. When global design comes into the picture and when you're trying to craft experience for people that are culturally different, that are deeply vernacular in nature, it often gets overlooked, and those unique nuances is something that as designers we sort of strive to understand and we sort of strive to make it inclusive for people. There is global modernity, but there's also local specificity. And bridging the global and the local together is something that I'm trying to understand over here. So blending tradition and modernity, vernacular knowledge in general is something very powerful. It has a huge set of intelligence that is deep-rooted for years and years and years together. And it's practiced in ways from the smallest of the local craftsman shops to the highest level of celebrating different kinds of festivals. Blending tradition and modernity is something that the vernacular knowledge has brought power and has always continued and had a very deep impact on all of us. So I come from a country that has so many dialects, so many rich cultures that it kind of becomes countless after a point of time. So take a look at the vintage matchboxes that used to be there back in the colonial era and moving forward. It had its own symbol, it had its own language, its own design vocabulary. And from the different dialects, from the different aspects, let it be religion, let it be culture, let it be the political views or any sort of stance that any person in the country took, it was expressed in as something as small as a matchbox. And it made inclusivity and vernacular knowledge still communicated. So this is where I'm trying to understand how visual systems of cultural knowledge can be incorporated not just in something that's tactile, but also that's something intangible, that is an interface. Let's just walk through the way evolution of design, the design DNA has sort of grown, right? So we've had modernism, which was a very bold and very impactful moment where a lot of things were minimal. There were a lot of nuances that were sort of underlying in many aspects, and culture sort of took a step back. But then postmodernism was an eclectic, was a playful take on the way modernism was seen. And then moving forward slowly, people started realizing that, the placelessness of design, the placelessness of vernacular knowledge was something that actually mattered, that something became important, and how every individual in the crowd or in the audience can actually start relating to it. So that is where critical regionalism comes into the picture. Critical regionalism is sort of a broad lens where you're trying to bring in the technology, the cultural and the physical aspects of a space, and you're blending it with digital technology, right? So through the lens of critical regionalism is something I'm trying to identify and see how critical regionalism and creative intelligence, when they sort of converge, when they blend and morph together, how that can create a platform for vernacular knowledge to find a space, and how digital interventions and interfaces can elevate that. So just a quick question. If you take a look at this website, what's the intent of the website? What do you think the website is about? I'm trying to keep this interactive though, so you guys can just shout out answers if you want. Maybe we could take one more guess at what it might be. Cybersecurity. So a lot of people, when they look at this website, obviously based on the ads and what you're seeing right now, you might assume that it's about cybersecurity and how to be safe and aware of it. But ironically speaking, this is actually the official website of the tourism of India, right? So what's happening is when you see the interface, just a minute. So when you see the interface and the perception when you saw without the hidden meanings that, oh yes, it is India, it's the tourism page, you often got misled. We often didn't realize that being the tourism website, I didn't really get the hint of that culture, of that country. So this is just one of the examples of the various digital interfaces that are out there where cultural specificity becomes such a strong tool for actually building the bond when someone comes on a platform and says, hey, I want to learn about your culture. I want to learn about what makes you guys stand for you, right? So can that one size fits all work all the time? Can standard aesthetics of the global way of treating design in the digital world always work? That's where this comic comes where you say, for a fair selection, everybody has to take the same exam and they all have to climb a tree, but everyone is different in their own ways, right? Everyone has their own story to tell. So culture coding design is something that I'm also trying to look into, where you're culturally coding the nuances of the Indian culture and of course all the different cultures and how that is fostering design into the tech world. Now this is a very simple example that this is Paytm and Google Pay. These are payment interfaces that are commonly used in India as payment is also becoming technologically advanced. So we don't really use currency notes that much. Everything is digital. Now this is during the time when it was the Indian festival Diwali, right? And in India, it's with all the emotions that we have, there's another bucket you can add to it. Winning a World Cup is a feeling for us. Celebrating a festival which is not just harmonizing one religion, but all the religions that you live across, right? So the number of feelings that sort of get evoked, that sort of come out when you have a digital interface that you interact with daily, that is when cultural specificity comes into the picture. So something as subtle as this, during the festival of Diwali, you're sort of using local idioms, you're using symbols, you're using ways in which that can communicate the cultural idea and how you can actually make the vernacular knowledge seem so seamless and yet you feel like you have a space within it. Similarly, these are other two websites or rather interfaces where during the festival of Diwali, the entire air of celebrating the festival, you also feel indulged to, or you also feel interested to actually engage with the culture and what's happening. So I recently actually went to one of the Buddhist temples and I saw this beautiful landscape where the stupa is sort of converging in the middle between the two modern buildings, right? And somehow you realize that effective design strategies come when you sort of coherently and coexistingly including the vernacular design and the digital technology. So that's where critical regionalism, when you see it through that lens and through the lens of the technology that is creative intelligence, you can bridge the gap. So this is just a simple way that I've tried to represent how you could bridge the two with adaptable design intelligence, embedding local elements and participatory design. You can reintroduce the way vernacular knowledges can actually interact with the digital world. And with all of us growing, with all of us sort of racing into the market, there's always some room for creating local specificity and creating that connection that makes you understand where you're from and what you deeply believe in. So like I said, engaging with cultural narratives, seeing how it can evoke a sense of feeling. And lastly, I would like to end my presentation with a quote. If we are to preserve culture, we must continue to create it. So if we are to be a part of something, we must continue to strive to conserve and actually grow from wherever we are. These are my references, and thank you so much.
So from India, we have to come back to Sri Lanka again. So our next presentation is by Sajitha Vimukti and Sumantri Samaravikrama. The title of the paper is Adaptation of Global Wordmark Logos to Sinhala Script. So I invite Sajitha to the podium to start your presentation.
Thank you, sir. So I'm Sajitha Vimukti. So my title is Adaptation of Global Wordmark Logos to Sinhala Script. So logos are core visual elements of brand identity that they combine typography, color, and shapes to communicate brand's personality and values. A wordmark logo which is purely text-based plays a major role in recognition. It must remain consistent across all regions to maintain global identity, yet flexible enough to feel global. In the global context, Coca-Cola is a great example of successful multi-script branding. And as you can see, there are multi-script logos in Coca-Cola. So whether it appears in English, Arabic, Sinhala, or any other script, the logos still feels like Coca-Cola. The same curves, same energy, and the same emotion. It inspired me how explore to those word marks. Other brand approach like the same challenge. In the Sri Lanka, we have multilingual market. Sinhala, Tamil, and English coexist in daily communication, especially in the FMCG sector, which means daily fast food sector. There is also legal requirement that products packaging must display all three languages. This makes bilingual and trilingual branding not only important but necessary. When I compared this context to the global examples like Coca-Cola, I asked myself a question. So, how global word marks adapted visually when translated into another script? So my research aimed to explore that visual adaptation process, especially what makes a word mark powerful in branding, how bilingual branding works in Sri Lanka, and how those visual elements, color, typography, and compositions and stuff are adapted between those two scripts. So I selected the 3 word marks from the Unilever PLC, that trusted global company with millions of Sri Lankan consumers. And Unilever has been operating in Sri Lanka over 85 years, since it's one of the country's most trusted FMCG companies. So those are the 3 selected cases, that Signal logo, Marmite logo, and Sunlight logo. Those products are the ideal because they already exist in both English, Sinhala, and Tamil. And Unilever maintains a strong global brand consistency that perfect for visual comparison in those 3 brands. My research method was inspired by Gillian Ross. My research method was inspired by Gillian Ross' critical visual methodology. This framework explains how the study values the visual in 3 layers. The first layer is production layer, that how and why design was created. The second layer is the image itself, that how we look and the visual content it contains. Third layer, the audience, how people see and interpret or they understand what it means. This method allows me to analyze the both visual structure and the meaning behind the scripts of visuals. So following that methodology, I have created a suitable one for my project. The simple and clear process of visual analysis for my selected 3 cases. There are 5 steps. Collecting the word marks from the packaging, because the Sinhala version or Tamil version, we cannot find those in the digital media or anything. Only the packaging contains the logo, and then I have to recreate it through Illustrator or vector-based software. Recreate the logo, then observe both versions by side, compare the elements like typography, color, form, layout, and other things. Interpret how those choices affect brand identity and local meaning is the last step. So going on those 5 steps, as the first case study, I will show you. This is the first case study, the analysis of Signal logo. So as a Signal logo, Signal is a toothpaste brand that in Sri Lanka, India, and multiple countries use. The English logo use that bold italic Helvetica new font, and the colors are also the same. As you can see, we feel like those are together. They communicate cleanly, confident, and care. Those are the elements. What elements? Not their brand identity. They want to show in their logo. So in my analysis, I looked at the several aspects like typography, shape and form, color, layout and alignment, movement and orientation, and how people, the culture, adaptation, and culture give them meaning to them. In the typography, both versions use bold and monolinear italic form. The energy forms with that, and shape. Considering the shape, they both are in the same alignment. As you can see, I have the B. As you can see, the alignment is the same. They are going in the same line and diagonal line. The axis is diagonal, so looks like the same, but they use different scripts. Considering the color, they use same color palette. Movement and orientation, as you can see, the same bit italic, and we can feel it. And the cultural adaptation is looking at the English logo. Sinhala people do not, we are familiar with the English, but consider the signal, we are also familiar. So, I want to say is, context of ours, the Sinhala people look both logos, but they don't recognize this is Sinhala, this is signal. They recognize this as their brand identity. This is the brand identity they see as a logo. So I have done the same thing, same analysis method. So Marmite logo. These are any technical stuff I'm going to tell you. As you can see, the strokes are monolinear. I don't know, do you understand? Stroke means the letters, how do I say it? The body part, stroke size, this is same. But if you consider it, the Sinhala letter, it's feel bit down, bit small. Compared to the both logos, the Marmite logo have rectangular shape letters, but all the Sinhala letters are curved. We cannot, if we forcefully move into the rectangular Sinhala letters, it will disrupt the logo. That's what Marmite, who have created the logo, said to me. And the sunlight goes the same way. As you can see, if I explain a bit further, in the sunlight, the S have pointed terminal. And also in the Sinhala letters, we can see in Sir and L and Ut, those letters, we can see the pointed terminals. Like following those, the original in Sri Lankan designers have tried to bring those elements from English logos to get Sinhala logos. So what I found was, across all three brands, one thing was stand out. Typographic alignment was the hardest challenge in creating a bilingual logo. Sinhala shapes are wider and more fluid, but also the color consistency and proportional rhythm kept global identity intact. So this means actually Sinhala letters are rounded. All you see, these are all rounded letters, but when we compare to English letters, there are rounded letters, but more feels like they are square shaped. When we convert the English letters to Sinhala letters, we have to we have to omit some things. So considering the typographic elements is critical. And I would like to further research, like going with Tamil language also, and also the investigate the customer perception. How people will see this and how will people react to those logos, and looking at them, they feel I want to ask them, they feel the same thing or not. And the final one is the I want to create a multi-script logo creation framework for further developments. So thank you for everyone, and thank you Sumant Random for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Sajita. So our next presentation is about interactive storytelling as a system thinking tool for conservation education in Sri Lanka, jointly authored by Kalani Jayavira and Prasanna Liyanage. So I invite Kalani. Okay, thank you. Kalani, it's over to you.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. I'm Kalani Jayavira, and before I begin, I would you to imagine this. When we go on vacation, most of us love to go to a national park. And we wake up early and hoping to see elephants, leopards, and a lot of colorful birds. It's something that refreshes our mind and soul. But the reality we see today is far from what we expect. Many of these animals are struggling to survive, and our parks are losing their lives. This reality inspired my research study to find new way of reconnecting young people with the nature we are losing. Sri Lanka is a small island, but it's like a miniature planet: wetlands, rainforests, coastal belts, and so on. Each of these ecosystems shelters incredible species like thread-sender loris, the Sri Lankan leopard, Sri Lankan elephant, and blue magpie, and so on. We are one of the world biodiversity hotspot, and yet our young generation is growing up knowing more about actors' characters than the animals that live right outside. We have so many centuries and all mean to protect this ecosystem, but these boundaries on paper cannot protect life if the heart outside them don't care. This is where education and awareness must involve. When we visit these places, we expect to see this beauty, freedom, and wilderness. But the reality, animals wandering into villages, leopards caught in traps, elephants searching for foods, and then they were left to die. Our expectation was reality has become two different worlds, and that emotional disconnections is what this research tried to heal. And so we have to move forward from ego to echo. Chief Seattle once said, "Man does not weave this web of life, he is merely a strand of it. Whatever he does to the web, he does to it himself." This ancient wisdom captures the truth behind modern ecology, the understanding that everything is connected. Inspired by Capra's web of life, my research used system thinking to show that every choice, even a small one, ripple through the environment. This concept became the backbone of the interactive storytelling experience I designed, help youth not just to learn facts, but feel interconnectedness. These keywords and ideas guide my study through these all interactive storytelling, youth engagement, player agency, environment responsibility, and interconnectedness. Together, they form a creative framework to communicate something that textbooks and lectures often fail to empathize. Despite many conservation projects, Sri Lanka youth participation remains low. The focus on economic growth has overshadowed environmental preservation, like expressed per incident. We are producing educated minds but disconnected from hearts. That's why we need new approaches, emotionally engaging, culturally rooted, and digitally relevant. Our Department of Wildlife Conservation manage over 100 of protected areas, yet we still face habitat loss, human-wildlife conflict, illegal trades, and climate change. Imagine over 3,200 endemic species fighting to survive in 14 ecological zones, but this story remains unheard. My work tries to give those stories a voice. And these are the research questions that drives me to study this. My aim was to identify barriers to youth engagement, create an interactive narrative reflections, real conservation challenges, and assess how effective these methods could be in sparking understanding and empathy. And this is how all those research questions throughout the strategy and objectives, and how I do the data gathering methodology. And during the literature review, I tried to understand how storytelling can reconnect youth people with nature. I looked at 9 key areas of literature that shaped this study. And so my literature review ultimately guided me to design an experience where science meets emotions, where education becomes empathy and awareness turned into responsibility. I used a mixed method approach, blend numbers and stories. Quantitative surveys gave me data and qualitative interviews gave me emotions. Together they built a clearer picture of how young people feel about conservation when their experience is true story. My target audience was young age 19 to 24, digital natives, quick learners, but also easily distracted. They live online, scroll fast, and consume content emotionally. So if we want to reach them, we must meet them in their world through interactive and immersive experience. In my design, I used user-face choices like rescue animals and walk away and protect a forest and explore it. This is how I did interviews and use testing. These are some examples from Trincomalee, how deers are living with people so freely. And here each decision changes the ending, just like in real life. And these branching stories make the player reflect, and what if my choices has consequences? And these are the pros and cons that I have gathered after doing all the surveys and interviews. And this is what I have talked about, how interactive elements work with the people who, when they are engaging, than a linear storytelling. It has so many branches. One participant said that my choices showed how everything is nature is linked, and triggered emotion made me more responsible, and they didn't just understand the conservation and they felt it. That emotional engagement is what traditional education often misses. Finally, this mixed method approach gave the research cultural and emotional depth, but yes, sample size and short testing period was some limitation that I have faced. In the future, I plan to expand this across more regions and age groups to see how storytelling can spark real behavior changes. And also, when it comes to conclusion, and this study reminds us that conservation is not just science. It's a story we all live in. Interactive storytelling can transform passive learners into emotional participants, and emotional participants into active protectors. If we can inspire one young person to see the leopard not just as a tourist attraction, but as a neighbor, that's where the real conservation begins, applied to all animals. Because protecting life starts from feeling connected to it. Thank you for the listening. I hope we all continue weaving our part of the web, a web that holds life, compassion, and hope to the generation to come. After listening to this, if you are thinking about like having an idea not to just leave the plastic water bottle in here, and that's the change that I want to spark in here after this presentation, because if you left in here, one day it will end up in some animal's stomach. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kalani. So we have reached for our final presentation for today, titled Creative Intelligence in Political Visuals, a semiotic study of Facebook content in Sri Lanka's Aragalaya. The paper was jointly authored by Chamodi Wattegedara and Chaturangedi Silva.
So let's go back to the year 2022, a year none of us will forget as Sri Lankans. The streets of Sri Lanka were alive not with celebration, but with frustration, hope, and the sound of voices demanding change. From golfers to small towns across the island, people, young and old, stood together, waving flags and chanting for change. It was a time when hunger, hardship, and unity shared the same space. A nation, tired yet unbroken, rose to demand a better tomorrow. But during all those chaos, something very interesting happened. The protest didn't just live on the streets only. It also came alive on social media as well. So if you are Sri Lankan and someone who uses social media, which I'm sure all of you do, you must be familiar with the visuals that you are seeing on the screen right now. Every day, we saw striking visuals, powerful posters, and of course, memes shared thousands of times by people who were desperate to be heard. These visuals spoke louder than even some of the speeches. So they carried anger, they carried hope, and also they carried a deep sense of unity. And that's when I started to wonder what makes these visuals so powerful. So all those visuals seem to mean something, but the question was how? How did these visuals come to life? And that simple question led me to my research. I'm Chamodi. Hello everyone, and I'm going to take you through my research, Creative Intelligence in Political Visuals, which was a semiotic study of the Facebook content in Sri Lanka's Aragalaya. As Sri Lankans, we have seen how powerful social media can be in politics, especially Facebook. It's not just a place for updates or opinions, it's also a space where ideas, ideologies, and emotions take shape. If we look back at our political history, we can see how online visuals have influenced conversations and shifted narratives and also even sparked real-world actions. So during this people's protest movement, which was also well known by the word Aragalaya, people didn't just draw pictures or post memes. They were communicating much deeper ideas about power corruption, unity, and even freedom. Every color, every symbol, and every face carried a meaning. And these visuals became more than art. They became a language. So through my research, I wanted to understand why visuals leave such a lasting mark on us, often more than even words or even sound ever could. What I found is that visuals reach our brains faster, connect emotionally deeper, and also stay in our memory longer. So that's the power of visual communication. The visuals of Aragalaya wasn't just some arts or jokes online. They were layered with meaning, yet there was very little research on how these visuals shaped public understanding, and also how design choices guided an emotion and interpretation. So my goal was to study how visuals of Aragalaya created meaning and how these creative design choices turned emotion into collective messages. So my objectives were simple. So the first one was I wanted to analyze how visuals constructed meaning, and the second one was examine their design choices and to understand how audience decoded these visuals. So in order to do this, I combined three semiotic models.
which I found through my literature review as an analyzing framework. And each model, it gave me a unique lens to look at these visuals, helping me to understand not just what they showed, but what they meant to people. So these are the three semiotic models I used for my analysis, and through the first model, which is the direct model by Saucer, I could analyze how the recognizable symbols gave clarity to the visuals and made them instantly meaningful. And also through the Peirce's model, which is the triadic model of sign, I saw how designers sparked dialogue, how the people reacted, commented, and reinterpreted meaning. And through the final model, which is the multi-layered view by Roland Barthes, I saw how repetition turned visuals into political ideologies or myths. Together, these three models revealed something fascinating. So this visual culture of Aragalaya wasn't just protest art. There was something much deeper in those visuals. It was a collective communication mechanism as a shared language of hope, as shared language of anger, and also for people to believe in something. So that is what came to life through these visuals. And artists, even designers, knowingly or unknowingly, turn this frustration into creativity and chaos into clarity. So, and that truly is creative intelligence coming to life. The ability to use design and symbolism to transform emotion into visual movement. So that's the real power of creative intelligence. So moving on to how I conducted my research. So the focus was on the visuals of Aragalaya that was shared on social media. And through my research, I found that the most used and the most politically active platform in Sri Lanka is Facebook. So I conducted my research using political visuals that was shared on Facebook during the period of Aragalaya. So I selected a sample of more than 20 posts, and using a selection criteria based on three main factors, I selected 4 visuals for my in-depth analysis. And these selected 4 visuals were analyzed using the combined analytical framework, which was created using 3 semiotic models. And these are the 4 key visuals I selected for this particular research using the selected selection criteria, which was based on the 3 key factors: relevance to the Aragalaya, and the engagement levels on social media, and also the symbolic richness. So each visual stood out not only for its design, but for its ability to speak to the collective emotions of the people. So first, let's take a look at the analysis done using Saucer's dyadic model. So from this, I analyzed how the visuals based on their color, text, and symbolic imagery. Through this, I could find how using cultural and political symbols can be effective in communicating through visuals. And through the second model, which is the triadic model by Peirce, I explored how audiences engaged with the visuals through the Facebook's platform affordances like shares, reactions, and also the comments. So this showed how meaning wasn't fixed, and it was constantly reinterpreted and reshaped by the people themselves. By using the third model, which is the multi-layered view by Roland Barthes, so I could see across all these visuals how there are repeated symbols and text in the visuals transformed into different political ideologies or myths. So they transformed into ideologies about systemic corruption, unity of people, and also the clash between citizens and rulers. So they became symbols of unity, struggle, and also while turning protest into a cultural memory. So as I come toward the end of my research, it took me through a simple but very strong process of visual analysis. And through the analysis using the first model, the dyadic model of sign, it took me through it gave me clarity on choosing recognizable symbols, and also through the second model, which is the triadic model by Pierce. I understood how designing for audiences could create different dialogues, and even through the third model, which is the multi-layered view, I could analyze how it talked about encoding different ideologies within these visuals. So together, these three models showed that these visual designers did not just create protest art. They were building systems of meaning and engineering emotion, connection, and identity. So each model revealed a layer of communication from recognition to reaction and to ideology, all combining into one united visual language. So as I conclude, the visuals that I analyzed of Arugala time, it showed how creativity and design can turn public emotion into very powerful symbols of collective resistance. And there's a lot that we can learn through these visuals and their interpretations. So they remind us that art isn't separate from activism, and it is itself activism. So, and more than anything, it's coming together of creative intelligence and semiotic awareness to show that it can produce visuals that not only inspire civic participation, but can also drive social change. And I strongly believe that this is a great start to look at more research on in terms of how semiotic frameworks can help future researchers in analyzing visuals and analyzing movements across different media contexts. And also, it reminds content creators of the importance of symbolism and of designing with purpose, awareness, and empathy, because visuals, when repeated and emotionally charged, can evolve into movements. Thank you.
So now it's the time for Q&A session. So while congratulating all 5 presenters, so I would like to request them to take their respective seats on the stage to start the Q&A session. So our first presenter was Amar Ratnayaka, and so shall I start from here, or is there any question from the audience? So
okay, there's a question I had to ask. From the first speaker, does this women prefer patriarchy? Like, do you have any suggestion on that?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Does this women prefer patriarchy in the society?
In this community, patriarchal structure is very strong in there. So that why that women are bounded to those semiotical symbols strongly. So in the present context, that in my research I have done that in present context, the new generations are reinterpreting those symbols because of that patriarchal structure.
So, any other questions?
My question is to the presentation of conservation through conversation. Why like storytelling when we have media like videos and posters?
So there's a meaning in the interactive word itself. It means interactive. So if we take, it's like a video or a movie. It's like we just watch it. We get the idea, and then there may be a discussion with friends, and then it's finished. But when it's come to interactive storytelling, then even in the word itself, say interaction. In that part is also in the word interactive. So it means then we will get a chance to like get blend with the story. Like if we can make a impact to the story itself. If for example, if that's about how like protecting the forest or destroying it, if we go for the first option, then we can protect the forest after the end of that story. If we go for the second option, then end is the disaster. It's like forest is like it's over. So other than normally in films or a video that we can't make an impact to the story, because there's already script and it was already like fixed and it was already finished after like the film, and the story and the script and already written. We can't make a change to that. Even in the cinema or anything, we can do a discussion or give some comments, but other than that we can do any like changes to that film. But in here the story we can make an impact, we can make like put input, and then the end will be changed totally. It's like if it will be depend on the person who are like taking the decision. If I choose to like destroy the planet, then that's me, but she can save the planet. It's depend on the person itself again.
So,
is there any impact does Sinhala watermark have on brand? So will it increase or decrease their sales?
Excuse me?
What is the impact that Sinhala watermark have on a brand? So will it increase or decrease their sales?
Actually, it's depend on the consumer. That if consumer is Sinhala, he will eventually get higher chance of seeing that is as they are familiar. Yes, it is increase.
So, any other question? Please keep in mind already we have 1 hour behind our original schedule.
Sure, sir. I have very two small doubts. First, from the last presentation on Aragalaya. So, any particular reason that you have chosen Facebook as your medium? There would be protest happening in other platforms as well, like Instagram or So, what was your logic of focusing on Facebook as a medium?
So you're asking why I selected Facebook as well?
Correct.
So during my research, I did the research on the social media platforms used in Sri Lanka, and from the research I found that the mostly used, and also as I mentioned in the presentation too, mostly used, and also the people mostly discuss about political opinions, it was in Facebook. So that's why I selected Facebook as the platform for this particular research.
All right. So, but there would be protest happening in the Instagram and Snapchat and other channels as well. Just inquiring.
Sorry?
Were the protests happening on the other mediums as well, like Snapchat, Instagram, and?
Yeah, there were content sharing in other platforms as well.
Okay, got it. Last question with Shreya. So, you showed visuals wherein the payment apps are including those aspects of Diwali celebrations and all.
Do you think that it also impacts user behavior in terms of making the purchases? Can they act as a triggers to make a compulsive buying decision, these elements? Do you think like that?
I think there is a very strong influence of such decisions. So as much as in the name of being vernacularly inclusive for people, that when there are different festivals or different cultural timings that are happening, different periods, where even as a business, they are trying to have that addressable market where through the cultural nuance of saying, oh, if it's Diwali or if it's any other festival, I do believe that it is sort of having a positive and a negative impact both. And I think that also sparks the need of trying to protect how the communication of that vernacular language can happen. Because even when you go to the different platforms to make purchases and you realize, oh, it is a certain festival or it is a certain culture that's going on that for that period, you are prompted to purchase that specific product or you're prompted to engage with it. On the positive side, yes, you also are aware of what is going on. You are also included in the mass of that addressable market. But at the same time, businesses also find it a way to leverage more people to interact and get on board. So even if I have nothing to do with that specific festival or that culture, I might as well want to be engaged with it to see how my reaction is. So yes, I do agree with you that it does have a pro and a con effect on it.
Thank you so much.
So I would like to ask one thing from Shreya. So, you know, when we take India or the Mahabharata earlier, so there were many cultures, many diverse language and geographies and all that. So how was it? It was, you know, easy or difficult or to establish, you know, one vernacularness or the one Indian culture for the you know, this new digital media. How was it easy to see there were many cultures and many languages?
I think the beauty of a country where there were so many stories and there are so many different vernacular knowledges that exist. I think in the past there was a very, very diverse timeline of how the events took place and how one culture interacted with the other culture. So as much as there was a lot going on, like you said, the Mahabharata, and you know, there were different backgrounds, like even when the Mughals came into India, and then after the Mughals, when the British also came. So the country has gone through such cultural shifts in itself that among the people of the country, I think they started to find ways of interacting and making it relevant for them by the culture. So let it either be through the attire, the clothes that they wore, or the language that they spoke. It was more easy because it was a story. There was a lot of word of mouth that happened, and there were also a lot of scholars and a lot of people from the arts background who were dedicating time to actually document all of this. So I feel it was, as much as there was a lot of change happening in the background in terms of how India was growing, I think the people of India sort of learn to embrace and adapt to each of this. And when we are moving into technology, it's getting easier, but the cultural lines are sort of slowly not able to find the crevices to go through that, which is what I think becomes more important to bring them back and say, if you want to continue the culture, if you want to be able to express it further, it becomes more important to start creating and start bringing it to life like how it used to be back in the past, and sort of adapt it within the spaces we live in. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there any other question? Okay, then shall we conclude the session? So So thank you so much, the presenters and as well as the participants. So is there any announcement for the next session? Okay, once again, thank you so much. Thank you.
So thank you very much. So we have a couple of events that's happening in just a bit. 5 o'clock we will have the Embodied Intelligence where we celebrate craft, space and design innovations. So we will start that at 5 o'clock, so you can have a short break and come back. And after that session we will also have the Space Conclave happening with a guest speech by architect Palinda Kannangara. So please do be here for that as well. Okay, so we will start by 4:45, just to save time, otherwise we won't have enough time for the Space Conclave. Be back in your seats by 4:45 and we will start that session and then go into Space Conclave. Thank you very much.
Disappear! Moonman!
Abracadabra, alakazam. Abracadabra, alakazam. Abracadabra, alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, alakazam.
Hetic sliding systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
Design is not just the act of creating. It is the act of seeing the invisible.
Alakazam, fish, disappear! Moonman!
Abracadabra, alakazam. Abracadabra, alakazam.
slide into a world of magic. Hetic sliding systems, crafted with a
JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komodo press producers are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear. Moonlight.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hettich Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear. Moonlight.
Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic. Hetic Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats, and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear.
Moonlight. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. Spread the magic where I can. Spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hetic sliding systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low-volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, alakazam.
Hettich Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya, and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient, and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse, and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low-volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
true colors of a tropical paradise. Aikins Pens Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aikins Pens Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aikins Pens PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aikins Pens Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aikins Pens Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aikins Pens Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aikins Pens Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear. Moonlight.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hetic Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey. driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aiken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aiken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear. Moonlight.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hetic Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
true colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years
Gaasala aatu beduna
Design is not just the act of creating, it is the act of seeing the invisible.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. After a refreshing break, welcome back to another session of the IDR conference. This session is titled Embodied Intelligence, an evening of craft, space, and design intelligence. Tonight, we celebrate creative intelligence that flows through the hands of artisans, the minds of designers, and the spaces shaped by intuition, insight, and innovation. So, this evening is a testament to the power of design thinking, where research meets creativity, where community meets collaboration, and where ideas take tangible form. So, yesterday also we had a very wonderful day, and the video you just witnessed is a recap of the success we had yesterday. So, the first segment takes us to the realm of material culture and memory. Joining us now are Anarkali and Senali of the level 1, who will take us on a journey through the objects we love, the stories they carry, and the hidden patterns of the Sri Lankan society. So, ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause, please welcome Anarkali and Senali.
I have this thing to tell you.
There's so many things wrong about this.
This thing feels right.
I'm feeling so many things right now.
Can you bring that thing when you come back?
Oh, that thing, it's broken, man. You know, the word thing, it's everywhere. We use it so often, we barely notice it anymore. It's in our sentences, our thoughts, our daily conversations. And yet, if you stop for a second, really stop, you'll realize that this one little word carries the weight of, well, everything.
See, thing is our most practical placeholder. It's what we reach for when we can't find a more precise word. When we're describing, when we're feeling, when we're philosophizing. It's become the Swiss Army knife of our language and by extension of our thought.
And thing is mostly connected to a physical material object that gives us, Sri Lankan society, a vibrantly rich object culture. As Abraham Barikson says, things, they are always experiences. Always interpersonal, always rational, and strongly they affect people.
So, I've got a question for you. What if we add love to the word thing? Thing of love. What? Excuse me? So, what would your top 3 things of love be? Would its experience be? Would it be a necklace, a lollipop, a gift of sorts, a family heirloom? Now that is what we as a batch of 85 embarked early this year to 9 cities: Mihintale, Ahangama, Palmadulla, Peradeniya, Kalmune, Kalpitiya, Kadavata, Buttala, and Jaffna, to immerse ourselves and collect, study the unique patterns Sri Lankan society interacts with these things of love.
We research on all things love through methods like interviews, focus groups, artifact biographies, ethnography, photo essays, archival, and through digital methods. We gain a substantial insight on what love is under our most Sri Lankan sun. Through this, we realize there is a world of object culture wrapped by love. And the highlight of this research phase was the dawning that objects are sometimes the sole manifestation of love.
And in this world, there is a place, untouched, that is, things of love and loss, irrespective of its size, shape, price, or make. We traced a universal language that truly reflected the untold of Sri Lankan society. It is the very seed that sprouted into Lost and Found, an all-public design exhibit that rewrote, or rather re-encoded, Sri Lanka's narrative of love. One artifact biography mentions the narrative of a girl who stops by a small street shop in Kandy and buys a framed photo, two bluefish, swimming side by side. To her, it's more than a souvenir. It's a reminder of her father, his work, and the bond her family shares with the ocean back home in Kalpitia. She hangs it in her classroom, a quiet piece of her story, but over time, her friends start to see it differently. They see their own families, their own coastlines, their own roots reflected in those blue fish. What began as her memory began everyone's a special, simple picture that held a whole community together. What's special in that story that didn't end with her or her classmates. Even after they left, that framed photo stayed on the classroom wall, and the next batch of students who never knew the girl began to feel the same connection, the same warmth, the same sense of belonging. It is as if the memory outlived the moment, quietly passed down from one group to the next.
Now, I'd like to ask you, my dearest audience, does your thing of love only have just a yin, or do you ever stop to question if it may have its yang as well? You see, it's not about what's lost or found. It's about how the same thing can make us lose and find at the very same time. The dual facade of things of love. A collection of these stories that emulate this very concept we served at our pseudo-fancy restaurant at our exhibition held at Rio Cinema Hall. Choice and confusion were devoured by visitors through the forms of raw data at the Lost and Found restaurant. Just like you would place your order at a fancy dining restaurant with real people's food, you would do this here too, except you'd be blindly choosing your own procured collection of raw data on things loved and lost. A 5-course meal of raw data cooked to perfection. Each raw data item was gastronomically named to suit its palate. Take, for instance, this photo essay of gem miners in Palmadulla. It was labeled Hasselback carrots. And the title of this menu item hints at the story's crux, how these minimum wage gem miners toil day in and day out for the gems weighed in carrots that you and I gleefully adorn ourselves with. In Kadawatha, an interview uncovers a story of a man once driven by ambition. Now living with the weight of his past, he speaks with honesty about choices, regrets, and what he fails to see. One blind eye reminds him of everything he ignored when it mattered the most. He deals in ice, both the kind that melts and the kind that numbs. The dish, a palate cleanser, is called shaved ice because it's not just about texture, it's about stripping things back, exposing what's underneath, and finally seeing what was once hidden.
So initially you were served choice and confusion at the Lost and Found restaurant. If you were lucky enough, you would be met with chance at the Lost and Found department. This was a space where the visitor was able to return the thing that was found by themselves, just like your typical Lost and Found department at any store or hotel. Lost pair of sunglasses, for instance. It was a story sourced from Kalpitia of a kite surfing instructor who once trained an American tourist. Over the weeks, a quiet connection had grown, something unspoken but real. Before she left, she had given him her favorite pair of sunglasses and told him to keep them as a memory. 10 years later, those sunglasses were still with him. The lenses were scratched, the frame worn, but he never let them go. He once lost a chance for a deeper relationship, the words he never said, the moment that slipped away. But over the years, he had found something else, a lasting reminder of a brief connection that once made his world feel large and more alive. The narrative of Lost and Found's core concept was served here, only to be sought by chance. Then finally, we come to our last segment of the exhibition, the Lost and Found store, where stories about everyday things are transformed into a collection of conceptual products, the things of love and loss, which we have been talking all about this time. Observed on a closer level reveals certain sub-thematic concerns that represent Sri Lankan society from a different angle.
Take for an instance the Polaroid juicer.
The Polaroid juicer is an extractor built to press toward the core of the matter. Simply place the sliced token onto the reamer and lower the lever to develop a sense of what's real. Convinced by compensation, the device strains to produce a clouded solution. Your expectation churns to pulp. It may not yield a perfect glass of juice, but it offers just enough exposure to capture a clear Polaroid of it, a simplified, dulled version of the real thing. Collections of narratives were: at a bus stand, a snack seller begins his routine by sprinkling saffron water, lighting incense, and playing soft mantra before opening for business. Every morning, a shopkeeper lights an oil lamp and places it before the Buddha, surrounded by fresh flowers, a quiet prayer for a good day. And somewhere in a distant field, an elderly farmer sets aside the first handful of her harvest, an offering of gratitude to the Buddha. Different people, different places, yet the same rhythm of devotion.
All these stories reflect things of hollowed connection. Through this product, we could explore the tension between what's real and what's represented. It looks at how, in our search for meaning, we often choose what's easy to understand, even if it's hollow. We trade depth for comfort, authenticity, for something that just feels true. And it asks us, society, what happens when the copies, the stand-ins, start to replace the real thing? Things of hollowed connection. The core idea this product represents looks at how authenticity often gets replaced by representation. In our research for meaning, we tend to choose what's easy to understand: symbols, objects, simplified versions of complex ideas. A cross becomes a stand-in for Catholic faith. A piritnula turns into a fashion accessory. These shortcuts make deep traditions more accessible, but they also flatten them. What was once a practice of reflection or belief becomes an image or a trend. This project questions that trade-off: how convenience and social influence can push us towards comfort, even when it costs us authenticity.
You see, we as a collective of young designers attempted at rewiring the thinking patterns of Sri Lankan society through society itself. With the whole execution of Lost and Found, our aim was to question if we are truly aware of our interaction with the things we love. Have you ever stopped to rethink about the necklace, lollipop, gift, or family heirloom that you ever so love? It holds ironies, cynicalities, or even the rhetorics that question the possession or our worldly interaction with things itself. Well, if you haven't yet, you can do so by visiting our Lost and Found corner at the Drawing Room exhibition space. You are welcome to rethink, rewrite, recode the blueprint of Sri Lankan society. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Anarkali and Zenali, for that wonderful presentation. So, sustainability is no longer just a buzzword, right? It's a necessity. So, and our students have taken this challenge head on. Up next, we have a project presentation on design-led sustainable packaging, innovation through community collaboration. This work showcases how design thinking, when combined with community engagement, can create meaningful solutions for environmental challenges. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite our Level 3 Media and Communication students, Gihansi and Devini, to present their remarkable work.
Good evening, everyone. So we are Level 3 Media and Communication Design students at the Department of Integrated Design. Today, we are very excited to share with you our student project focused on packaging in collaboration with the Packaging Innovation Hub. This project began with a very clear and purposeful aim: to uplift rural craft communities while making a valuable contribution to Sri Lanka's rapidly expanding packaging industry. Through this collaboration, our intention was to investigate the role design can play in fostering meaningful connections that unite community and craft in a shared vision of sustainability and progress.
During our research and development process, we identified a significant challenge, a noticeable gap between three key sectors. On one hand, there are rural communities skilled in traditional crafts. On the other, there is a modern, thriving packaging industry equipped with advanced technologies and expanding capabilities. Surrounding both is a growing global demand for eco-friendly, biodegradable, and sustainable packaging solutions, a demand that calls for innovative and responsible approaches. But unfortunately, these free worlds tend to operate quite independently of one another, which limits their full potential. This project was conceived to address this divide. Our goal was to use thoughtful design as a bridge integrating community knowledge, industrial expertise, and environmental responsibility to create a continuous and impactful narrative.
Working closely with the Pahatha Hewahata community, we learned how Alimana is processed and transformed into paper, a long and intensive craft that reflects dedication, skill, and care. Using this material, we explored ways it can be imagined into sustainable, functional, and commercially viable packaging solutions. Now let's take a look at our journey.
But it must also safeguard the planet. The demand for sustainable, biodegradable materials is redefining packaging design and production worldwide. In Sri Lanka, Alimana or Guinea grass grows abundantly. Originally introduced for animal husbandry, it has spread invasively, threatening biodiversity but offering potential as a renewable fiber source. In 2021, a handmade paper initiative began in Pahatha Hewahata, Kandy, turning Alimana into eco-friendly paper. 59 families participated at its peak, but today only 20 families continue due to inconsistent quality, limited training, and shrinking markets. The Packaging Design Innovation Hub at the University of Moratuwa with the Export Development Board and Good Life X launched the Alimana Packaging Project to bridge this gap through design-led innovation. Undergraduate designers visited the community, documented production flows, learned material properties, and conducted participatory workshops to explore how handmade paper could evolve into sustainable packaging. Students experimented with Alimana in multiple forms: handmade paper sheets of varying grammage, pulp molded packaging, and hybrid structures, combining Alimana with other biodegradable materials to enhance strength and durability. Each prototype was tested and refined for 3 key sectors: Ceylon tea, giftware and toys, and perishable goods. Design becomes problem-solving with purpose, transforming invasive grass into opportunity and linking environmental restoration with rural empowerment. This initiative generated 28 packaging concepts, each representing progress toward a circular inclusive economy. From grass to paper, from idea to prototype, the Alimana project demonstrates that design can turn local wisdom into global innovation. Alimana, design-led innovation to sustainable packaging.
Now, we would like to share our student design proposals with you, and also concepts that showcase how this locally made material can inspire innovative packaging solutions tailored to various industries and markets. These designs highlight the versatility and potential of the material to meet diverse, functional, and commercial needs.
To begin, our first proposal is a brand name Care Pact. Through our research, we identified that mangoes require special care during harvesting, transportation, and storage to maintain their quality. In response, we developed the Mango Care Pack, a packaging solution designed to provide the necessary protection and support throughout the entire supply chain until the consumer receives the fruit. The concept behind this design is called bridging roots, which symbolizing how the packaging serves as a link that connects community, craft, and sustainable agriculture. This proposal is targeted at passionate and eco-conscious home gardeners as well as mango collection centers.
The next proposal is a brand called Celebrating Bonds. The core concept behind this brand is to celebrate and strengthen relationships through thoughtful packaging. This proposal focuses on the gift packaging market, where there is currently a noticeable gap in quality and variety. To address this, we have developed a seasonal gift pack designed for occasions such as New Year's and Christmas. This packaging solution not only meets the functional needs of packaging, but also fosters community connecting by encouraging shared celebrations. The target audience for this proposal includes premium gift and stationery retailers.
The other proposal is a brand called Power, which takes its name from the concept of a protective wall surrounding fragile red clay pots. Recognizing the delicate nature of these pots, the design focuses on using corrugated aluminum paper as a cushioning buffer to protect them during handling and transport. This packaging solution combines traditional material with a corrugated structure to ensure safety and durability. The target audience for this proposal includes home decor enthusiasts and gift buyers who appreciate artisanal and carefully protected products.
The next proposal is a brand named Niam, which has identified a promising opportunity in countries like Japan within the herbal and wellness market. These products focus on artisanal floral teas with packaging designed to embody the concept of blooming harmony. This concept is reflected in the packaging experience itself. Each time a package is opened, a floral element unfolds, symbolizing the natural and calming qualities of the products inside. This proposal is primarily aimed at Japanese wellness and tea enthusiasts seeking to offer them a unique and culturally relevant packaging experience.
The next proposal is called Beautiful Sri Lanka. We identified that puzzles in Sri Lanka are typically targeted at children, with few options designed to engage adults. Our goal is to create a puzzle packaging concept that appeals to adults by introducing a modular and collectible design under the concept name Sequence. This concept features 4 distinct thematic units: city escape, nature escape, religious escape, and beach escape. Each unit is further divided into 3 subunits that represent different locations within those themes. The packaging is designed to serve as a keepsake, maintaining the value even after the puzzle inside is completed. This proposal is aimed at Sri Lankan adults as well as foreigners who have an interest in Sri Lanka's diverse culture and experiences.
The next brand is Dwara, with a concept centered around the idea that while herbs heal the body, the packaging itself heals the environment. This brand emphasizes the environmental impact of packaging by using invasive plants as raw materials, creating eco-friendly packaging that contributes positively to nature. The product focus is on wellness offerings, aligning the benefits of herbal health with sustainable packaging solutions. The name Dwara signifies a gateway to a different perspective, encouraging consumers to think consciously about both their well-being and environmental responsibility. This proposal is aimed at markets in the USA and Europe, targeting consumers who seek relaxation and wellness through herbal-based products combined with sustainable practices.
But last but not least, we present a band called Ceylon Capture. This proposal introduces a unique gift pack that also serves as a souvenir. The central concept is diorama, which involves creating a miniature world inside the packaging that showcases notable locations. Unlike typical gift packaging, which often looks very similar, this design offers a layered, immersive experience that captures the essence of each place. This proposal is aimed at tourists looking for meaningful and elegant souvenirs that reflect the beauty and culture of Sri Lanka. These proposals represent possibilities, ideas that show how the Pahataheva Hatta community's craft can align with the goals of the Sri Lankan packaging industry and the growing global demand for sustainable materials. Finally, as part of this initiative, we are hoping to pitch these proposals to the Export Development Board with the hope of identifying potential investors and collaborators who can help bring these designs to life, empowering both the community and the industry in the process.
And also we would like to invite all of you to visit the exhibition downstairs where all the packaging designs are exhibited and on display. So please come and experience the creative work we have developed. Thank you.
Thank you for that insightful presentation. And now we have arrived at one of the most anticipated moments of the evening, celebrating excellence and recognizing outstanding talent. The IDR 2025 poster design competition invited creative minds to communicate complex ideas through visual storytelling. The response was overwhelming, and the quality of submissions were exceptional. We are now ready to honor those who had stood up with their innovative concepts and compelling designs. So, I would like to invite Head of the Department, Madam Ruandika Senanayaka, to present the certificates to our IDR 2025 poster design competition winners. Competition winners, if you are present here, please come and get your certificates when I call out your name. So, these are the finalists of the poster design competition of IDR 2025. S.S. Gunawardana, S. Gunawardana has achieved 2 places here. Moving on, H.G.K. Vijayawardana. H.S. Tammitage, H.K.G.G. Sri Vaduge, the designers of the third Eye of Design poster, R.M.T.D.D. Rajapaksha, R.P.I.S. Rajapaksha, R.M.G.S.T. Ramanayaka, P.A.K.H. Pereira, V. Patitharan, E.S.D.T. Pereira, K.D.M. Pereira. If everybody of this team is present, you can come here, or at least one member, could you please come? Thank you. The next winners of the next poster, Track Pannagramaya, W.M.D.T. Vasala, A.M.C.J. Veerasinghe, W.V.A.K.L. Vikramaratna, W.A.A.P. Vikramasinghe, T.M.M.K. Tennakon, U.K.D.L.S. Udugama, S.L.H. Vidurinda, W.T.R.T. Vahalatranti. Can the team members please come? Tradition is not all it evolves. K.A.D.V.K. Atukorala, D.M.D.A. Babalagama, K.M.C.I.K. Bandara, R.W.A.B.P.C. Bandara, S.G.M.P. Bandara, S.I. Bandara, T.T. Bomiri. Vessel with no eyes, T.N. Sumanasekara. VR1, H.S. Tammitage. Through the third eye, neutral sparks, M.D.T. Shehara, K.H.B. De Silva, J.A.C. Taruksha, M.P.S. Sandakal, K.V.D.S. Sandipani, M.A.D.D. Senaviratna, J.K.D.H. Sevandi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the best three places of this competition. The second runner-up, Abhijna by HKGG Sri Vaduge. First runner-up, Ethereal Abyss by Manahil Fatima. She's from Pakistan, so she'll not be with us here today. And the winner of this competition, Echoes of Heritage by G.T.S. Malsha. Moving on to the Best Paper category. Best Paper. Second runners-up, Emotional Responses to Spatial Arrangements in Museum Interiors, J.K.V. Jayavira and W.O. Gamage. Best Paper first runner-up, What if elephants ordered dinner, speculating more than human futures for human-elephant conflict, N. Nazruddin and D. Navaratna. And we have come to the best overall paper. The best overall paper of IDEA 2025 is Does the Way We Sit Influence Our Cognitive Thinking by Abhishek Srivastava, Srijesh S. Naya and Sonal Atreya. Okay, thank you very much. My apologies. Please let me welcome to invite Professor Naren Pereira to distribute the certificates to the speakers. These are the speakers of the first session. Does the Way We Sit Influence Our Cognitive Thinking? Abhishek Srivastava, Srijesh S. Naya and Sonal Atreya. Emotional Responses to Spatial Arrangements in Museum Interiors, Jayavira J.K.V. and Gamage W.O. The role of 4E cognition framework in improving early childhood fine motor skills development through learning materials, Kandanarachi R. and Disanayaka M. Are animation movies meant only for children? A look at the evolving audience. Shazeen Talha and Chandana Jayawardhan. a conceptual framework for a wearable cooling system using PCM and TEC integration. Vikramasinghe N and Vasala K. Moving on to the session 2, Society and Culture. Because of the Ochaya, transmedia storytelling as cross-cultural design for reframing geisha perceptions. Induran Pitiya, IKVM, and Semasinghe SMIDB. Exploring the impact of user-centered design on equality enhancement in coffee processing in Sri Lanka. Konara D and Jayasinghe S. Human-centered tool designed for domestic cashew cutting. A case study from the North, Central and Northwestern provinces, Sri Lanka. Bandara MVRKW and Pereira WPSG. Material culture of tea, visual analysis of post-colonial Sri Lankan equipage. Vikramasinghe N and Jayasinghe S. Design ethnography of parental disengagement in low-income urban Sri Lanka, a participatory study in Siribara Manikepura, Prasadi YRG and Vasala K. Moving on to the third session, vernacular knowledge and practice. Negotiating gender through symbols, cultural semiotics and creative agency in Malayaha Tamil community of Pedro Estate, Sri Lanka. Ratnayaka ARMA and Disilva C. Designing with vernacular intelligence, embedding cultural narratives into the digital world. Srinivas S. Adaptation of global wordmark logos to Sinhala script. Vimukti S and Samara Vikrama S. Interactive storytelling as a systems thinking tool for conservation of education in Sri Lanka. Jaivira MPKH and Lianage UPP. Creative intelligence in political visuals, a semiotic study of Facebook content in Sri Lanka's Aragalaya. Vattegedara IC and Disilva C. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So that's all for this session, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being with us. And after a very short break, I invite you all to stay with us for what promises to be a truly enriching experience. Our evening of creative intelligence discussion with award-winning architect Palinda Kannangara. Also, the refreshments are outside. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you.
Come back.
And also come back. Make sure to come back. Thank you.
ඒකට ලයිටින් කොහොමද ගන්න ඕනේ?
What do you mean?
Lighting when he's doing the
There's videos ටිකක් තියෙනවා. So when it's better if the light little bit down when the video plays. Even
is he going to talk and
Yes.
walking?
No. What do you mean?
Like is he going to walk and present it?
No, he'll be here the whole time. On the videos and presentation, the sound, like whatever I check කරගන්නවා.
Alakazam fish disappear. Movement.
Welcome to my magic land. Spread the magic where I can. Spread the magic.
Smooth, silent, seamless.
කියන්නේ ඔයා මේක copy
Slide into a world of magic. Magic sliding systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certificate. From 2019 to 2023,
make it, it's going on.
colors of a tropical paradise. Aiken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aiken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aiken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aiken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg Raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear. Movement.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome
slide into a world of magic. Hettich Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Design is not Design is not just the act of creating, it is the act of seeing the invisible. and welcome to the Integrated Research Conference 2025. And of course, a special welcome to Space Conclave 2025. And this is an evening of creative intelligence discussion with architect Palinda Kannangara. A very warm welcome goes out to our guest speaker who is here with us today. Thank you so very much for accepting our invitation to be here with us, architect Palinda Kannangara. It is truly an honor to have you here with us this evening at Space Conclave 2025. A very special thank you also goes out to our sponsor for this event, Hetich. And thank you and welcome to Mr. Milroy Shanmugaraja, the country manager for Hetich Sri Lanka and Maldives. Thank you for sponsoring Space Conclave 2025. Well, this completely filled Rupert Pires Auditorium here today is a true testament to the visionary architect who is here with us today. Architect Palinda Kannangara is one of Sri Lanka's most acclaimed architects, known for his context-driven and deeply sensitive approach to design. His work harmoniously blends modern minimalism with Sri Lanka's landscape, climate, and material traditions. He is the founder of Palinda Kannangara Architects, an award-winning practice internationally recognized for its experiential and human-centered architecture. His projects have received multiple prestigious honors, including the Jeffrey Bava Award, the Emerging Architect Asia Award, the 2A Asia Architect Award, the RIBA International Award for Excellence, the Best of the Decade Award at the INDE Awards in Australia, and many more recognitions both locally and internationally. And through his work, he continues to redefine what it means to build in harmony with place, with culture, and with people. So ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause, let's welcome our guest speaker today, architect Palinda Kannangara.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me for your great event, and honored to be here, the part of your Design Conclave 2025. So I'm going to share a few projects of mine that is going to be contribute to your theme today. Maybe I'm trying to talk about a little bit about the process more than the it's like how we develop the design. So before we start, I'm just trying to give a little brief introduction, and we believe that always architecture that is influenced by the past adapt to the present, and it's shaped by the way of living, and it's reflective of its time and the place. So the place is always important because we always call it the context or where the buildings locate. So just I'm trying to give you like where we practice it normally. It's nothing new. But always we're trying to respond to the context, climate, where it's rooted, the buildings. And we have always considered this our duty as a responsibility to save our country or planet in a way that it may be a small contribution, but it's a big impact as a result that we are making. So as you know that it's like very sensitive lands that what we have, and that's where we, designing, that's the place. And again, as I said, the way of life is always reflect within us and where we born or culturally, historically. As we know that Buddhism has been influenced throughout our past, it can be monasteries or meditation pathways or temples, or it can be palaces, but it has a lot of things that we can absorb. That's what we are trying to see, how we can adapt from the past, like influence, get the essence from it. It can be how they have built with the material, how that material can be shaped the building, and how it can be merged with the landscape. We believe that architecture has to be merged with the landscape because it should be part and parcel with the landscape, you can't detach from it, because it gives you really a sense of how that building sits on a plane, because it's not alien, it shouldn't be it's isolated from the landscape. Once you're part of it, it becomes the connection. So that whole connection, where you have the dialogue between the earth, water, and the sky, it becomes more experiential. So our architecture, we were trying to get what is available and how it works with the projects. We select very carefully material that enhance our concept or the mood of the building. So throughout the presentations, you might see how we have selected the material to enhance that character or the quality of the spaces. So our practice is about 20 years now. We started in 2005 in a small, annex. We converted and modified and developed throughout these 20 years. And with the small team, we were trying to work very closely, and we select the project very closely that is suitable for our practice and suitable for our beliefs. So it has to be connect with our soul, that enhance to give something back to the client that they can enjoy. If the client can't enjoy the way we're designing, it may be not suitable. So we have to that connection has to be strong to get that opportunity and start going. So during these 20 years, we have privilege or opportunity to work across the country with a different climate zone and different terrain, different landscape, but the same language, the principles, we were trying to make the buildings almost small in footprint, built only for the need, not for the excess. And we're trying to find the material that is around the site, what is available, and it has to be connected with the people and the roots as well as the culture. So because we have few projects that we have started doing in other countries, so I might share you with one project that I've designed in India. So the first project that I'm trying to show, the process and then some of the images, is the studio dwelling, it's called, and it's where we practice. So it may be the best way to start the presentation, to give you a little bit of a hint about where we practice. And this is actually in Rajagiri by the marsh. And it's a beautiful, like a more residential area. You still can see the green, and the site is very much like 10 perches, 80 by 40 or with the reservation. And then we have seen this beauty before we move in, and again it was abandoned because of the floods was affected on the land, and it was cheaper to buy in that time. So we have taken this property, and then we were trying to understand how we can develop the design. And it was actually a challenge for me to have a design have my studio as well as my residence within the same place, and how we can define the building and safeguard from the water that is overflowing from the canal. So we didn't want to raise the building above and create another flood issues for the public. So then we thought of allow the building and the water flow through the land and lift the building above. That's very simple logic that we were trying to convert that into a design concept and then develop with the other the ideas like how we can open to the marsh and how we understand the sun path and controlling the heat. And that's how the design develops. So just having the one concept to lift the building and like floating and create something like a box above the water, and then again block the sun west facade, and again it controls the heat, control the sound, and it's more like a fortification. So we have a building that controls the sound and then the heat. So then that develops the detailing in a way that you can find the answers for the issues. So every time when we are designing, we'll try to address to the issues that is coming from the site or the climate conditions or the budget sometimes. So these are some of the initial sketches, and I won't go through plans and section very deeply, just say that this is just like a flow at the service level, ground floor, and you can see the parking is just open, and the water can flow over the parking area. And then you can see the steps continue to the first floor to invite you to the studio, and then the private space, and then the bit of a gathering space for the to entertain people. So that's the only where it connects the both sides of the site. So this is the detail section, and then we're trying to work it out more detail about how to make that the breeze cooler, and how to bring the air into the space, as well as to make it cooler, and then how to control when it's rain. So those are the design elements that we were trying to develop throughout the project, and from this, and we have achieved something that is like the barrier to the west facade, as well as but with the porous that punches that we are having to invite the air movement to the space that create the cross ventilation through that. And during this process, we were trying to use maximum reclaimed material, that we can do a little bit of sustainable things, and it gives a character to the building and value to the building, and it frames the building. So the building idea is how to maintain less maintenance, and how we can use the maximum reclaimed materials. So as I said, that wide steps always gives me quite going to like a temple, that what we always influenced and experienced before. So that journey makes you going towards the studio, and it transforms your mind. So basically what we are trying to do with the material, so if you can see that previously, the low area, it has quite a bit of no pattern, no discipline, no control, but gradually it start getting a control and then going to a smoother surface. And it transforms that client's minds, and again they open to a bigger volume. So they push into a space that they'll change their mindset, and then they're trying to calm down, and it's disconnect from where they have driven and reached here, and then they'll enter to the space where we work. So that's the idea, and again it helps me to work very with the focus with the marsh, and then as well as the little bit. And we select the material, this concrete, again by using Ratambalali, that's just like a form that we use for throughout the project, save the cost. And again, it is no plastering. And it helps me to focus outside because that it absorbs the light, and again, it cut down the glare. So that was the idea. So again, as I mentioned, that the perforated walls and then the vertical louvers allows me to control the light, control the heat, and get the cross ventilation through. So these are some of the details, and then the different focus from different rooms, but still same discipline, very minimal requirements. Then again the washrooms with the cross ventilation, and continuous journey with a few details that is continued to the rooftop. So when you go to the rooftop, it's only just have just a pavilion, and there's nothing, but only what we want is how we can connect with the landscape beyond the boundaries, and it feels big. And once you go there, there's no 10 purchase property, or you won't feel like you are having a boundary there. So it always feels like you are with a bigger property, and you enjoy the neighbors' green by connecting the two landscapes. So that is the idea behind this project, and we're enjoying 10 years working there. So after that, we were trying to understand some of the requirements couldn't fulfill there, as well as we want to do something that is for the community and for the colleagues or the architects who are visiting us, to accommodate them and to have like a space for design and for art and architecture kind of space that is for the community that can be open out. And again, we are having few events there for the architect talks and exhibitions and like that. So I thought of it may be designed as a extension to the studio, but the purpose is bit expanded. We designed, it's very close by. You can see the two properties are just like 2 minutes walking, but it's in a different site. So when we start, it was there, and then the neighborhood has suddenly developed and again start making a huge building around it. So then the design changed to trying to focus inverted building. So then you are not disturbed with that high-rise apartment. So we pushed the building to the corner. So it's framed or buffered that building apartment. So it helped me to focus that courtyard. And there was a huge tree there. So I want to save that tree and left the whole thing pushed to the corner. And then the volume start coming to shape the requirements. And the ground floor design as a pavilion or garden pavilion so-called, and use the terrain to have a little bit of steps. And again, we reclaim the stones and use it for purpose of the pave this ground floor. And very simple plan, just to have a guest pavilion or a room for us again, and for guests as well. So I wanted to have like a small space for art and music or architecture. Then we can have a bit of a talk and to have my music collection as well. So that's the story. This is a section, and that's a building facade. And in this, we were trying to work it with something material that it works with my budget and to bring some texture to it and to character of it. So we used the block cement blocks, and we cut into half and used the adhesive to fix it, and left a 2-inch gap for the moisture and to control the sound, and have a brick lay on inside. So that's the end result by using the block guard. So it's everyone, I mean, like no one is using it as a quality material or to decorate a building. I thought, why not we can use that as a decorative element for the building. So that's the entrance, and you just have a buffer from the road, and as you go in through that gate, you start getting a garden pavilion just open and connected with the strip of garden. And then we have utilized the level that is comes from the side, and the lower is the dining, and we have end of the pavilion a small pool, plunge pool, that to have a entertainment or enjoy the evening. So basically that's the dining space. So that continue the staircase with the light well, and again small detail to filter the light, and enter to the bedroom through that. And that main focus is the tree, and beyond that is how we can control the views and the light and ventilation. So that's the interior and some of the elements. And then it connects to a terrace, and again have a small room again as a multifunctional space again that I created like a library or extension to the room. So that's the void, that is at least the space that you can connect with the surrounding to locate where the building locates. Otherwise it's totally isolated from the neighborhood. And that elements continue to the next level, and that's the cathedral. That's the volume that I wanted to have it, and the skylight coming, that indirect light to the bottom, and again the framing the tree, and that's a bit of an interior with that completion of the music. And journey continues to the rooftop where you connect with the Columbus skyline. So I have a small video clip to give you a better understanding about the spaces. Please enjoy. So I think that when you're trying to understand the material, so in the after 13th century, when you move to the Kandy and you have seen this and experienced it, how they have used the timber in a cleverly, and they have lived this Tampete Vihar, as everybody knows, that that it gives me idea how we can find the material that is too suitable for a design solutions. So as you know that timber, if you leave it on the ground, it may have damage by the termite, and say this is a very clever idea. You still get that available, like survive during that much of time because of the understanding how the material can be cleverly used for the purpose. So the timber has been detached from the ground by the stone pillars, and same concept has been used for the umbalamas. So they use the boulders to lift the timber and detached again from the ground. So that idea is really, I'm really fascinated about that kind of details. So the next project that we designed for a musician, and it's in down south near Gaul. So basically this was the property that was coming from the ancestral, and then it was 5-acre property. It was abandoned due to the constant flooding. And you can see there's a creed around the land. It's get overflowed because it's connected to the Singharaja forest. So he came, and he's a musician, jazz drummer. So and he asked me to design something to connect with the village and reclaim the land. And then we're trying to understand, again, he has very limited budget. So once we've seen the site and understand about the sensitivity of the site and understand the flood level, so we have studied the flood level. It's about 4 feet. So the building is obvious, you have to lift above the ground. There was no any doubt, so that was a design solution. But then again, how the building can be more like a touched lightly, less impact to the ground, as well as to make it affordable for the client. So the scaffolding was the solution that we were thinking, and then I got an idea. So then I thought of, okay, why not we can use the scaffolding as a module that we can play to get that his requirement to have a retreat for their weekend to go there. It's just a simple brief. So we developed the idea just about making a platform collected and make a building out of the scaffolding. And it's just a simple idea, and we develop every material to cut down the cost and what is available, what we have used for the construction, and elements. And then again, the shape, we make it on the side to frame the views, and again, control the light, control the west light, and make it more like an enjoyable space for the weekend. So that's a section, and that's how it is, sits on the ground, and that's the volumes, and then the twist the building. And so we can see how it is work in a floods. Again, it can be goes down, and we didn't want to control that, so the water can go through the building, but still you can enjoy. Sometimes it goes up, but then they have to use a different method to come and connect the building. So this is with the dry weather, and we use all the scaffolding and again platforms to walk up to the building. And the best thing is we didn't want to disturb the fauna and flora of this the land, and again the people can go through the building, and again animals, and there's no disturbance where even the building is there. So we took only 3 months to build this project, and we used every material what is there for the site, and for construction, for the material, for the furniture, pantry, as well as the other elements. So it's more like 100% organic project, and even the furniture we carefully select to make it cut down the cost. And that's my client on a weekend enjoying with the daughter. So, but everywhere you just want to have frame, and it's more like a skeleton building. And we took 3 months, as I said, and again you can dismantle the building and move somewhere else if you want. So this video gives you a better feel and about the space. So the next project, I have taken a different context. This is in India. We finished in 2022, and it's in Bangalore, the garden city they call it. So this is actually came to me through a friend of mine, and again, they are the client is an architect and an urban designer, but she wanted me to design this. Somehow it was a privilege for me to design for them because they were very much cooperate with the design and they have understand values of it. And so when I'm studying the building and when I'm trying to understand the Bangalore culture, and then again it's a different context, different the culture is very important to understand how they want to use the building. And then when I've seen this project, like this is a Tipu Sultan Palace in Bangalore, Summer Palace, a beautiful building. When I'm trying to understand old building, then I've seen this, how the double colonnade filter the light, and again having more veranda space rather than the rooms. And rooms are very tiny in a shadow, but again you can enjoy the garden. So then I'm trying to understand whether we can utilize that kind of double colonnade to the design that we can do it at the contemporary living. So that's the same section, and again we're trying to do the little bit of study, but it's different element, different material, but we're trying to work to get the filter light and bring the rooms inside, and then it shadows, and again even in a monsoon they can enjoy the garden by sitting and having a coffee. So that was the idea. So then we continue with the finding material and available, and there was plenty of material, but we want to collect very carefully what is suitable and what is available around the Bangalore. That was the idea. So as you can see, it's like a more residential area. So my client has taken two plots facing the two roads. So it's 40 by 60 is what they have given, and they connected into two, and they are got 40 by 120. So the design came with the idea of how we can address to the two roads. So then what we want to do is two pavilions, then connecting with the courtyard. So the courtyard is like a cultural hub where they can have the community of spaces or celebrate their festival. So that was one key thing that my client requested. They have two daughters and they are a young couple, and they want to have the memorable space for the home has to be memorable space for their kids. So that continue with the sections at a very simple elevation, and you can see that everything is focused to the center courtyard, and then double colonnade gives a more prevent from the rain and the sun getting into the inner space. So we select the pigments that is flavor of the India, that the roots of that culture for what they have been enjoyed previously. So that idea of stones again from the chapati stone that they've collected from Bangalore used to pave the courtyard to make it more functional courtyard rather than a landscape courtyard. So that's the idea. So then the continue goes again framing the views of the roadscape, and again connecting both sides through the vistas. So that's the courtyard and double colonnade, and that's the only object that I've taken from Sri Lanka. They want to have everything from Sri Lanka, but I said no, everything I want to find it from India. And then they said at least give me that render that I showed. So I gave that batik. So as you can see, so the detailing of windows, how you can design something without a frame that connects that inside outside, and same pigment has been used throughout that project. There's no boundaries, there's no inside, there's no outside, so it feels like you are living in a pavilion. Certain elements again, cross ventilations, and then again permanent ventilations where you can have it with the louvers. And the jali continues to wrap the building because two pavilions is linked with the bridge. So we just want to control the visual disturbance from the neighbors. So we designed something that visually it's not connecting, but we can get the air movement through that jali. So those are the elements, and you can see the bedrooms even we want to frame the views and getting the best light and ventilation through that details. So I think I'm taking you a bit fast to show you the video that it gives you better again experience of the space. So that's a jali, and that's a bridge that links the two pavilion and a timber screen, and it wraps the whole building. So the next project, coming back to the Sri Lanka, that's in Hirikati. As you know that it's a surfers paradise, so my client has a property just across above that edge of the cliff. So it was quite a big property, so like nearly 3 acres. So they asked me to design a pavilion for the existing pavilions that they, or the rooms that they have built, and they want to continue that same, the gable buildings around the area to make it 6 or 8, because they said they can do it very fast, and please give me a space for have a like a living and dining as well as a pool. So that's they want to entertain. So but I realized that land has been not utilized properly. So then I said, can I propose you something that is make it beautiful or works for the context, because you have not, because of the slope, the land has been not effectively used. There was no level flow. So this was the idea. Then this is a assigned room is that where we have built a pavilion with the pool. So then I come up with the idea saying that, okay, we'll do something that is like it disappears. And what I want to do is like to make the building almost like infinity, that land filled to the level, and again it becomes the roof of the building. So building is already sit on the ground, but it feels like it's like underground, but it's not really, it's built on the ground. So it's a simple idea, and then what I want is, when you walk into the property, you see only one pavilion, there's nothing, and then all the rooms are underneath your eye level, and that gives you a connection to the horizon. So they call it a horizon now, so after this concept. So this is the layout, everything goes underground, and a very simple idea of just to have one long pavilion, and then the staff quarters and all the services behind the wall, and that's the building pavilion, and that's how the buildings shape the architecture and the landscape, and that's how you see once you enter, no building, no rooms, and it has 8 rooms, and you may not be able to see one at once. So that's the concept, and you walk up to the pavilion, and then you find your way to go back to the rooms, or there are some steps that you can take another way that from the garden as well. So that's continue, and we finished this in 9 months, entire projects, thanks to the contractor, but we managed because they were in a hurry to build this, because that they are commissioned only for the pavilion. So, but we built the entire project during that time. And with some elements and interiors, and how it connects with the water, infinity edge, and then it continues going down again with that ramp to the pavilion rooms, that underneath. So that's a journey that goes to the lower part, and it starts from that level and end up with a winding path that brings the light and shadow and focus with the interesting pathways to the rooms. So that's the room spaces, again facing the horizon, and to get the very simple interior that maybe gives a bit of luxury for their requirements, and using the terrain as it is by creating the deck over the ground and make the details to enhance the feel of that and connect with the horizon. So that's the other staircase that is going down to the bedrooms if you wanted to, and connected to the entrance door, or else you go through the passage and enter from the side or a behind door, that again to the rooms. And that's the evening, and again this gives you a better feeling. These are the last two projects for the same client in Habarana. I'll go through it a bit fast. As you know that Habarana is close to the Sigiriya and Polonnaruwa. So we're trying to understand the regional language or the material, and we're trying to absorb from the roots or the, again it's close to the Reticula monastery. So the monastery pathways was influenced us to understand how the journey can be interesting. So this is the land, and again it's actually below the tank of the Habarana tank. So it's actually 15 feet lower. So this was like a bit of a grass field, and again there was nothing inside. So but what we want to do is we want to have to enjoy the landscape around it, like a grass areas. But again we have to safeguard the rooms again and the pathways from the floods again coming from that canal. So we have to raise 2 feet, and we make it lift only the pathway rather than lifting the grounds. And the pathway gives you, trying to save all the trees possible, and that winding pathway gives you a little bit of a feel of meditation walkway to the rooms and then public spaces. So that was a simple idea, and then that consists of twin villas and single story, and again some pavilions as an entrance pavilion as well as a restaurant. And the end of the journey, you end up with the circular platform where you can have your evening performance or a yoga and meditation classes. So that was the idea behind the layout and the details. So as you can see, that everything is below the tree canopy. So the buildings are almost like hidden, but we're trying to enjoy the surrounding landscape and the wind. And again, when you're trying to understand that, we were trying to make sure that buildings protect from the monsoon weather that is given throughout during the monsoons. So basically, we crossed the canal with the small the bridge, and that bridge connecting with the pathways, and that leads to the rooms. And journey makes you feel. And again, the lifting the pathway 2.5 feet above the ground, and it gives you a really different feeling when you're walking, because you can enjoy the landscape in a different height. So that gives you really panoramic view, and then again different feeling. And you can see by now it becomes already moss and part of the ruins of the region. So that was the idea, that we use the brick heavily on this project to make it more connection to the context. And those are the pavilions to the entrance. And as I mentioned, the eaves or a colonnade is beyond the floor plan, so to prevent the water getting into the inside. But still in the monsoon you can enjoy the outside, because I don't want to have any screens or windows that is disturb me. So we extend the eaves and column beyond the floor plan, and we twist the building to save trees, and it gives you a enjoy or to exciting the building, make it more interesting. And you can see, and we create a rainwater harvesting pond, and it can ease the, and again control the heat as well. So then it goes to the twin villas. So we're trying to use the walkway in a different way. It's more like a linear directional pathway to the rooms, and then it leads to the staircase to the top level, and a similar plan at the lower level. So but the same idea is having to make the building more like a part of the context, and continue the same material, same theme to the interior, that there's no difference between the outside details and the inside. So that's the washroom area with the courtyard. And then the single story had a similar concept. We wanted to have more outdoor space rather than a bigger room. So then you can be on the deck and enjoy the grass and the landscape much as possible. And it feels a bit of floating. And we created that to make that, to collect again rainwater harvesting along that area. And during the monsoon you collect the water, otherwise it becomes a grass area. So that's how it sits on the ground, and again that's how they frame. And beyond that, it's just like a you can see the grasses, and the eaves helps me to prevent the water getting into the inside. So the same concept goes into the restaurants. We extend the eave double, another colonnade, and beyond that is the inner space, so it prevents water getting in. There's no monsoon blinds, there's no doors and windows, just open pavilion, just to enjoy the nature. So that's the idea. So then the journey continues again towards the final destination, where the circular platform. Then you get the pool, and again it's framed the farm view, the fields, and then you finally end up with that circular platform. So that's where ends the journey. So this is a video that it gives you a better understanding again. This is my last project for tonight. So it's an extension for the property. This is a wellness retreat. It's called Maya Habarana, Taruvilas. So the client wants to have another bungalow for himself, but it becomes a part of the hotel now. So it's a adjoining property. He has taken a small piece of land by the lake or the tank. My idea just was very simple, because since that is closer to the water, I wanted to get the view of the water as much as possible. So what we have done is we have lifted the building 17 feet as a platform. So it's called a platform. So you can reach the water and you can see the Sigiriya beyond the tank. So that simple idea allows me to design something that works for the client's requirements to have a 2-3 bedroom house. We wanted to make the simple and cost-effective building. So as I said, that it's lifted the building ground for 2.5 feet again for the same reason. And then we'll use the section in a way that you can utilize the landing as a 1 bedroom and keep the 2 bedrooms on top and a space in the between to make it like a small connection with the outdoor. And left the ground floor totally like connecting with like a bridge across there's a small water body that is coming from the tank. So we'll improve that water to make it like a pond there. So that's how the building sits on with the landscape, but it just lifted about the ground to get the view. And you can see the Sigiriya from far, and that's the view we were trying to capture through the water up to the Sigiriya. And we want to make the building much as light as possible. Only the solid part is the washrooms with the brick, and the rest is more like a steel and the timber that is merged with the landscape, and it gives you a very light feeling. And that's how the bridge works. We cross that created pond, and to make it more transparent building, and we created more like a glass louvers that you can clean the glass from inside. And we use precast slabs to create the continuous vistas across up to the pool area, plunge pool. And that's the view across that area. And the end of the journey, you stop at that pool. So, and it's surrounded with the grasses again, different experience. And that's what we wanted to create. And that's how it looks from this outside or a pool side. And as I said, the journey continues from the staircase to the landing, and landing allows me to create another 1 room that bringing the same roof down, and it helps me to make it more simple and cost effective. So roof has been detached from the solid walls by using the props and the glass. And as I mentioned, you get cross ventilation through these louvered glasses around the rooms. So that was finished recently, and I have a video for that as well to understand the quality or a space, how we have utilized the volumes. Thank you.
The floor is open for questions. Can we have the hall lights and the mics? If you want to raise any questions for Architect Palinder, now is the time.
No.
Mr. Palinda, you have done some really nice work, and my question is, we have been asking this question, what is architecture, for a while, and I think now it's time to ask the question, why an architect? Because I think with the technology, architecture can produce the same level of kind of language that you have produced. There are technologies like LiDAR, which collect atomic level details, and it can respond to context, analyze culture and history, and even find available materials, and it can do the same thing that architects and designers do. It can even make like mistakes by them to maintain human touch. So my question is, why an architect?
So you mean that technology, AI, that kind of thing, right? But I think that it's a nice tool, but it needs humans to operate, right? So that person has to have a soul to design something to bring back that flavor or a soulful space. If there are spaces that you can design, but it doesn't connect with the, you may get the end result, of course, but you need a person to give that what he wants at the feel or give that idea. So then it's generate, but what we are doing is the same. So it comes with our mind and memories, and we are having the computer memory. So we are bringing the RAM, we auto experience. So we do the same. Sometimes it may be connected with the people. We understand more issues than the computer can understand about the future, about the social issues, about the culture. They might give you a solution, maybe instant, that is respond to a one question that you're given. But if you are clever enough, if you are a good architect, then you can feed the computer the way you want. So I won't say it's a bad thing. I might use it in future, but I'm not anymore. But it's a good thing, but I won't say no, but I think, but it comes within you, because to feed that feelings or memories or a soul, it needs from you, because otherwise everybody can create architecture, but architecture is very simple, but has to come from you and your memories, your feelings, and that's very important. That's what architecture change from person to person. So because you interpret again the experience that you had before into material world, into 2D and 3Ds. But if you have not experienced, if you don't have the taste, you can't create anything. You are zero. So that's what we are doing through this academic process and the life experience, the past experience, and we continue the journey by learning through other architects' works to develop our architecture to a different format. So it comes from me. It comes from the architect inside, because that the flavor always comes from the very personal level. So that's why nobody can create something like what I'm doing, because my memories are totally different from you. So even the computer needs that kind of experienced person to feed. Otherwise it will be the same format. So I think there's a human touch always beyond the technology.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
And I want to say that I have witnessed some amazing things, amazing architectures tonight that I have never seen before. My question is, especially regarding your Indian, the Bangalore one, as I remember, how you infused the Indian culture into architect design. So my question is, if we do something like that, like in Sri Lanka, especially taking Sri Lankan traditions such as like Temple of the Tooth or some Sri Lankan traditional temples, like example, what are the factors that we have to consider? Like sometimes some people would be like, maybe like make conflict with us taking some elements in our culture. So I want to know, if we're doing something like that, what are the things that we have to be careful of, or we have to be like really think when we are designing something, architectural design with using Sri Lankan culture or any other cultures?
Purely it's, I think I was trying to explain how it's connected with the culture again and again. It's, maybe we have a bit of a similar culture, that's why the courtyard, it can be reflected in Sri Lankan architecture as well. We have a lot of courtyards. But if it comes to Sri Lankan architecture, we have a lot of history and a lot of cultural roots and all that, but we may not be able to continue the same format to the contemporary living. So because that's why I always say that architecture has to reflect its time and the place. So we are living in this time, and again it has to absorb the requirements of the present generations. And so I think maybe what we have to understand is the monsoon, and then it's a different, humid condition is different, and the cross ventilation. And again, when I'm talking about the Bangalore house, if you're talking about it, it more has a lot of, maybe it's similar in a design, but it can be transformed into Sri Lankan plan as design as well. There's no big difference from here to there. But culturally, I can say they were the vibrant color. I never use that kind of a color in the Sri Lankan context, if you have noticed my work, because when I go there and I feel like, okay, and I can use it, and the pigment walls, that everything is from there. So I don't want to bring that kind of a flavor into the here. I can do it, but if the culture is required for that. But I'm not sure whether we can do that in Sri Lankan context. But apart from that, what is available around, as I always say, key things in our practice, what is, the sustainable architecture, everybody caught it as, like now again. But it was like my practice, how we have to find the material, and it has to be sustainable. Again, I think that's maybe the answer, because I think throughout my presentation, I'm trying to say how it's rooted to the context. It can be Habarana, it can be Hirikatiya, wherever. I'm trying to find the roots, trying to absorb from the site. We're trying to understand the essence and feel and, to capture that and enhance it through architecture to give something in different experience. But it's always changed from place to place. So even around the Sri Lanka, I'm trying to create different ambience, different architectural qualities that might help to the context. Even in Hirikatiya, it's totally different vibe, and the material palette and all that thing. When it comes to the Gaul project, and it's more lighter, transparent, and the concept is that. So every project has a different meaning, different requirement. I'm not having any fixed idea what I'm doing in my project. So it can be always changing from one style or a language to a thing. So I think even the Sri Lankan architecture is the same. So it's wherever India or Sri Lanka, doesn't matter. It's where it belongs is what it has to be addressed.
Thank you very much, sir. That was really clear.
Do we have any other questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is, I just wanted to understand, 20 years is a huge practice, long period, and I wanted to understand how it evolved in the time. So my question is are there any projects from your early days that if you are given again, you would approach differently, or just to materialize how your ideologies and approaches evolve?
No, again, that's a big no. because I think we learned from the past project, but I felt that is there's no mistake, or maybe even there I feel it's better to leave it that way. And my best project, or I feel still like my first project that I designed after I graduated, that was in Ginigattena. I still enjoy that project. I couldn't show it because it's a time duration. So I think, we are always trying to maintain that philosophy or the concept, and throughout my 20 years, for me, it's very short. Still, I feel like I have not done enough yet to come, but I'm not saying that I enjoy every project. So there was no feeling of, even if I'm designing for myself, there's no any disturb or any, I just do the needful for the site and the requirements. So throughout that I had it, because I started very late, the practice, so I maybe matured enough to understand what not to do it. So I always trying to understand what shouldn't do it, rather than what to do it. Because if you know the bad things or no, then you are not doing a mistakes. So I know, I'm trying to understand that. So I think that's the key thing, where to stop, control, discipline, and stop where you want to stop it. Otherwise, it's going to be over-designed or something. So I think we'll learn throughout that. I think I'm continuing the same way. Even these projects were like span more than 10 years. So it's another 10 years that you can see. Maybe one day I might share with you.
So I also have a small question, sort of connected to Dilna's one as well. First of all, thank you very much, sir. It was truly inspirational and insightful, your presentation is. Well, as a graphic designer myself, I'm curious to know that how do you see the evolution of the field of architecture, since we are sharing so many commonalities like spacing and layouts, and especially when it comes to your field, it's negative space. When it comes to typography, it is counter space. So likewise, we are sharing so many commonalities. So what is your opinion on the evolution of, within the Sri Lankan context, let's say, about the evolution of these different similar design fields connected to each other? How do you see it, like as your personal, based on your personal experience? What do you have any opinions on that?
So architects and the design.
And the design, yes.
Yeah, I think there must be a bit of a disconnection for me. I don't know why, because we may not able to get the feedback or the influence from you all. So we have not seen that connection for us to influence, because I think, I don't know whether you will get influence from the architect, but I would like to get it from you all that we can improve our architecture, because the design is actually part and it's the same, because we are designers and you are designers, it's the same. Because you are going to the micro level to design a lampshade or a table. So I don't know, it's like big subject. I'm not talking, make it a smaller because it's unfair. But it is improve the architecture definitely. By looking at a design, even we can create something big. Because I love that idea about designing, I'll really respect that. Because it's need for us to improve to a bigger scale, and it enhances the architectural space. I think we need that dialogue between the designers and architect more frequently, in a way how we can engage with each other. I don't know how to do it. We never had it, and maybe it may be young, the culture, but maybe we need to bring it to the architectural, like events, and have a talks with the designers, and maybe we are coming here for your event. But maybe likewise, this other way also, we should have it. So it's a really good thing if we can do it, because that's the way to improve both fields. Not only architecture, it can improve the designer as well as us. So it has to be, the both ways.
Thank you very much.
Asking it. I think it's a best time to, discuss that kind of things. Why it's not effect. Maybe it's not, but I have not seen it. Sorry that if it is already there. Maybe, sorry, excuse me, but I feel in a bigger scale, for example, we have only the experience of architectural, that, the February event that normally we have it. Otherwise, we never get in, because that's another thing in Sri Lanka. We have to say, we don't have like a small, at least communities to bring architects down, designers, and like to have a dialogue, small scale. We always wait for the institute to do something, and we never have that kind of a thing. All the other countries they are doing it in a small platform, bring other architects. but I'm trying to do it small as possible in my way in the Soul Studio. We started that program called Stopover Sessions. So yeah, we have to do it. We have to bring that like-minded people to engage with the dialogue, because I think even architects, it's very important to have a discussion with the different fields, because we always talk about our colleagues or the same people, but then it won't influence too much if you have a different idea, because I love working with the artists. So I have that connection. I always design for artists that I contribute for their houses. In a way that I have quite a big community around me, artists. So artists is that, maybe designers next time, so we should have it, please.
I think considering the time, we'll, yes, wrap up the session. I think, there was a great closure as well. Simply because Space Conclave was envisioned with such a vision of actually getting architects, designers, practitioners, researchers, everyone together to have a discussion and a dialogue on space. So I want to say a very big thank you to Architect Palinda Kannangara. You've spared your time here with us today. And I think it was a meditative discussion, a speech that we had. Thank you so very much for being here with us at the Integrated Design Research Conference at Space Conclave 2025. To say thank you from us, we would like to invite you to accept a token of our appreciation. Can I invite the head of department, Ms. Ruwanthika Senanayaka, together with our conference chair, Dr. Sumantri Samaravikrama, and our sponsor, Mr. Milroy from Heritage, to please come forward to present a token of appreciation to Architect Palinda Kannangara. May I invite you on stage, please? Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you so much for being here at University of Moratuwa at the Silver Jubilee celebration of the Integrated Design Research Conference, where we celebrated 25 years of design education of the Department of Integrated Design. Let's give another big round of applause. Thank you so very much for being here with us this evening and inspiring us with your wonderful work. Thank you so much indeed. Let's take a moment to take a photograph, of course. We love to do that. Recording memories. Thank you so much once again. Before we go in for the next small session that we have, before we conclude today, we have a small entertainment item to keep you refreshed. Can I invite Utpala Nemindi, one of our level 4 students of the Department of Integrated Design, with her colleagues from the Classical Music Society of University of Moratuwa for a small entertainment break before we tell you a little bit more about IDR, which is coming up for next year.
Keyboard again.
මේකට ගහන්න ඕනේ.
Canva. Check. Check. Check one. Check. Check one. Check. 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 Check one. Check. Check one. Check.
මගෙර බලන සොබනා මුනිවත රකිනා හබල කිවව සිඹිනා තාලෙට දිය පිඳිනා සොබනා මුනිවත රකිනා සොබනා ඔරුවක මල් පුරවා මල් කුමරුට පිටුපා ඇදුනා Thank you.
I like that. Don't like that. I like that.
Thank you very much to Utpala. Shall we give her another round of applause? A huge thank you for accepting our invitation and being here. And thank you to the Classical Music Society of University of Murtu as well. As we come to the last leg of our session, of our Space Conclave here today, let me invite Dr. Sumantri Samaravikrama, our conference chair, to tell you a little bit about what we're going to do for IDR next year as well.
So even though we have a full academic scientific session happening tomorrow and a keynote by 9 o'clock by Professor Ricky Hansen from Holling School of Design, Denmark, I would like to take you beyond tomorrow and would like to tell you what is happening next. So, so design, as we know, is never still. It moves, it evolves and transforms like a wave, carried by tides of technology, culture, and human imagination. So today, we are living in one of the most dynamic moments in creative history: artificial intelligence. Digital fabrication and new media are reshaping how we imagine, how we make, and how we communicate. The boundaries between human and machine creativity have been redefined every day. So next year, the theme captures this constant state of motion. It invites us to think about how creativity flows, how imagination sparks innovation, how adaptation drives transformation in an era where change is not an option, but a condition of practice. So the next chapter of Integrated Design Research International Conference 2026 will unfold under the theme Creative Wave. It will envision design as a living force, responsive, collaborative, and deeply human within increasingly intelligent systems. It reminds us that the true strength of creativity lies not only in invention, but in the ability to adapt, regenerate, and reimagine. So to stay human at the heart of technological change. As always, IDR will continue to bring together professionals, academics, industry specialists, and most importantly, students on the same platform. So today we have quite a few members from different fields, but very close to us in the field of architecture, design, interior, and so on. So this is an open call for you to stay alert and know what is coming next year in 2026. So as we ride this next creative wave, I invite all of you to be part of it, to submit your papers, projects, prototypes, research ideas, to share your experiments, your stories, your highlights. As mentioned before, it is not only for students, it is a platform inviting the professionals, the practitioners, and the students in the same platform. If not, we cannot have a proper dialogue. So IDR 2026 will welcome all of you. And with this, we reveal the theme for 2026. So to be in touch, you can always follow us and follow our social media platforms, and our website will always lead you all into places and keep you updated on what is going on. So with this announcement, I am also delighted to launch a news on the Hetich Awards for 2026. This is quite interesting. So as IDR, next year we will have a special segment called IDR Awards, and it is dedicated to, it is partnered with Hetich. And so I'm also delighted to talk about the awards. So the design awards are is actually to celebrate innovation, functionality, and creativity in spatial and product design, open to architects, interior designers, product designers, both professional and students. The award aims to recognize original ideas that respond to real design challenges with intelligence and imagination. So entries will open in January to March in 2026, with final submissions closing by May 2026. So during this period, we look forward to engaging with participants through discussions and interactions hosted both at the Hetich showrooms and the University of Moratuwa. A distinguished panel of jurors and local and international members will evaluate the submissions. Shortlisted entries will be invited to showcase their creative concepts through design panels, video presentations that communicates visions beyond their proposed solutions. By August 2026, the final evaluation will be completed and the winners will be announced at the IDR 2026 International Conference. The top winners will receive an overseas visit to Hetich factories, while the second and the third place winners will be awarded promising cash prizes. And finalists will receive special concessions and recognition certificates. So, IDR 2026 Awards with Hetich will mark an exciting step forward in linking academia, industry, and professional practice, creating and shaping platform inspired the next wave to design innovation. And to tell you a little bit more on Hetich and the collaboration, let me warmly introduce the country manager for Sri Lanka and Maldives, Mr. Milroy Chamugaraja, to the platform.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Distinguished guests, respected academics, industry leaders, and dear students. It is a privilege for Hetich to be a part of this year's Design Conclave. We are honored by the presence of architect Palinda Kannangara. Thank you for giving us this opportunity, Ms. Sumantri, and rest. Okay. The Space Conclave is more than an event. It is a celebration of design, thinking, creativity, and the future of innovation to shape the spaces we live in. As Hetich, a global leader in furniture fittings and intelligent interior solutions, we believe that great designs happens when technology, functionality, and imagination come together. With that, we'll move into our presentation. So, this is our legacy. This is the 4th generation. We are a 135-year-old company. Our motto is, it's all in Hetich. This is our motto, we work towards that. On the left-hand side, you can see our latest factories and all the rewards and recognitions what we have received throughout our journey. Moving on. We are present globally. We are a 1.5 billion turnover company. We are employing about 8,500 people globally, and we have offices in 25 countries. About us, it's a 100% family-owned company, and now it's the fourth generation who's operating it. Innovation is part of our transition. And today, we are one of the world's largest furniture manufacturers. We are committed to sustainability. Our philosophy is act today, think of tomorrow. Moving on. This is a small video of Hetik. These are our core products. We are into furniture fittings, magic lightings, architectural hardware, and built-in appliances. Moving on. We are loved by customers and awarded by experts. These are our recognized awards, what we have received throughout this period. Another video of us. Apart from this, we provide certain value-added services also. We provide free designs to the customers. We consultation with regard to the designs and things like that. And we have a design app where customers can actually design their own furniture and kitchens. Moving on. This is our magician.
finest German engineering and design becomes part of your home. It feels like magic.
That's the magician. Let the magic continue. It's all in Hetic. Thank you so much. We are in Colombo 7. Please do visit our showroom and feel the magic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Milroy, and thank you so much, to be honest. It was really nice. Thank you for accepting our response to be part of IDR 2026. We have a special announcement from Hetich as well. I just wanted to confirm with him before telling you. So there is a Hetich magician outside as you entered, as you registered. So if you post a picture on our socials, a creative post, you'll get 30% off of all Hetich products, confirmed by the country manager. So you're welcome to do that, and there's a lot of good things coming your way at IDR 2026 and Space Conclave 2026 as well. Thank you so very much for being here with us this evening. Tomorrow morning, we have our keynote address taking place by Professor Ricky Hansen. So we invite all of you to, if you're around, please do join us for that as well. I'm sure it's going to be a really interesting and inspirational address as well. Thank you once again to each and every one of you for being here today. Thank you once again to Architect Palinda Kannangara for spending so many hours here with us today. It was a really great honor to have you here. Thank you so much to each and every one of you, and have a pleasant evening ahead. Good night.
Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic. Hetic Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
Design is not just the act of creating. It is the act of seeing the invisible.